Alrighty, guys. I don't know if this is going to work or not. YouTube's being really weird with my live stream lately. Not entirely sure why. At least I got everything backed up in case I got to redo this.
There's no law, there's no due process happening in our courts. The government is down there operating secret courts and kangaroo courts, an abuse of law and justice and due process in every sense. America, we need to recognize that our courts, all of them, right down to the local level, they're not operating on law anymore. We need to not delude ourselves. These courts are doing whatever they want. The judges do whatever they want. They make up rules and dictates on whims. They don't have any lawful authority. What these judges are doing has no authority in law. Not in God's law, not in the authority the people gave them, not in our Constitution. The authority of these judges is nothing more than a gun to our head. End of story. And they're getting away with it. Because we let this happen in our nation. And because America doesn't yet have the courage to stand up and say no more. Despite its tough talk and carrying around guns and saying, well, we're going to stop the tyranny when it comes, the tyranny is already here. And when we should be standing peaceful and principled, we're busy diverting ourselves with entertainment and excuses. The Patriots in Oregon, they went down there and they loved their neighbor. They stood up for the rule of law, they defended the Constitution, and they tried to say no more to this illegal, unconstitutional federal government. And so they assassinated Lavoy Finnegan. They hauled our Patriot brothers and sisters and friends off to jail. And now they're being led in shackles into these courtrooms and given this pretense of due process. And that's what happened this week as they were arraigned. Now the arraignment, they bring them in and they read them formal charges. Yeah, after being a month in jail, they're just now getting to that. And they have them plead innocent or guilty. But the Patriots knew this week. And so as they shuffled them into this tiny courtroom that was intentionally made small, they used a small room so that people could not get in and bear witness to the corruption. No cameras are allowed. These are secret courts. You don't get to actually see. The world doesn't get to see what these judges are doing. They're like cockroaches hiding in the shadows and afraid of the light of day. And that's why we need to start shouting from the rooftops what they're doing to people. Because in our courtrooms, even real criminals with real victims, even they're not getting due process, friends. The rule of law does not exist in these courts. They're doing whatever they want. And our Patriots, they stood up to that judge this week. They knew that. They made no pretense as they were led in shackles, and the judge carries on their platitudes where they say, well, we want you to know that you're innocent until proven guilty, and that you have constitutional rights. See, because slaves are convinced with these false platitudes, this impression of due process when really there is none. The Patriots knew better. And I want to give voice a little bit to the words that they spoke in that courtroom this week. Many Patriots showed up, the Sharp family and others. They bared witness to the corruption. But these men, they've got a heavy burden to bear. Their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor is on the line. Stop and think about that. These men are away from their families and their wives and their children and their jobs. We need to really be taking that seriously. This government has nothing to do with law. This is terrorism, friends. And the greatest terrorists are our own government and those black-robed tyrants sitting up there on the bench. They don't care about law. They do whatever they want. So the Patriots walk into court and they're giving them these platitudes about their innocence until proven guilty, and they started speaking up. Ryan Payne said, "It's difficult to understand the presumption of innocence when I've spent the last month in jail and led around in chains wherever I go." Ryan Bundy came in behind him. He took the mic and he backed him up. "We're being treated as we're guilty," Ryan said. "So I don't understand the presumption of innocence." David Fry also spoke up. He said, "It's weird. Innocent until proven guilty. Shackled up." Jason Patrick, he called them right out when they asked him if he understood his constitutional rights. Which, of course, we don't have. We have God-given rights, not granted by the Constitution, but our command to government that they will obey those rights. Jason said to the judge, "I understand I have no rights at all. You're the federal government, and you're going to do whatever you want." See, in our courtrooms and in our justice system and with our government, they do not recognize any of our rights. They haul us before them at the point of a gun, and then make a pretense by telling us we have rights and due process as they drag us through secret courts and kangaroo trials, lock us in chains and keep us from our families, deny bail, and put our patriots in solitary confinement. It's time to get serious. It's time to stop making excuses. Friends, we did this to this nation. We need to beg God for mercy. We need to appeal to heaven for real answers, and we need to start being willing to stand up and love our neighbor as ourselves. To support our brothers and sisters and friends who are persecuted, and to recognize that our government and our nation is in a state of complete lawlessness in every sense of the word. But the Patriots are standing up down there, even from jail. All the way from Ammon Bundy to Pete Santilli, locked away because he reported the real news. They know the real story, and it's time we started knowing the real story. It's time we started shouting from the rooftops what our judges and corrupt politicians are doing in secret, because that's the one thing they're trying to prevent. They keep the cameras out, anyone that's released. They give them orders telling them they can't speak to people, they can't communicate on the internet. It goes on and on and on. The abuses continue. What are you and I and our friends and neighbors? What is America going to do about the terrorists that are running this nation?
All right, gonna try something new here today. Just basically open roundtable 702-605-4277. I don't want to talk about building motorcycles or, what color the paint of your car is. I'd rather talk more crucial topics. You know what we've been doing here on the live stream for weeks on end. So, it's let's try to keep the topic down to stuff like self-reliance and all this crap going on in Oregon and across the nation. So anyway, what's up, Shannon?
Oh, nothing much. Just thought I'd be one of your first callers.
There you are.
Yeah, I like the self-preservation stuff.
Yeah, I'm getting echo. Getting echo bad.
That better?
Hello?
Hello.
Right. Now I'm getting it right back. I think you're listening to the channel while we're... Got the channel?
No, I got everything off.
Yeah, everything's flipping right back at me. Let's retry. Anyway, 702-605-4277, or you can call in via our Skype, which is Rev Radio YT call in.
There we go. Let's see if that's better.
All right.
All right.
Check 1, 2. Now it's going. That was like freaking out my brain.
I don't know what was going on. I didn't have nothing going in the background or nothing.
Strange. Anyway, yeah, it was bad here, Dryfly. Anybody wants to call in again, it's, let me see. Let me put a text in here. This is going to be slow. This is the first time I've done this particular kind of thing. We've had call-ins, but we've not done a round table.
Right.
Skype. So let me get some text on the screen.
Just start snatching people and pulling them on in.
I don't have very many people. Here comes the echo again. I don't have very many people on this Skype account yet.
Yeah, I see they're talking. I got everybody talking about mason bees in the chat room.
All right. And if you have Skype, there's the Skype account. I just put it on the screen. It'll take about 30 seconds for it to filter its way up. But, yeah, this has been really tough. Like, I've tried to have a roundtable after shows and nobody calls in. Unless, somebody might be going to die or we get trolls calling in.
All right. I don't mind calling in for and talk because, mostly my roundtables on Monday are just, talking about food, planting stuff, recycling stuff, composting toilets, things like that. Mine at the end.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about poop.
Yeah. Oh, we won't get in that subject today. But yeah, just mostly recycling stuff and things like that. Like the potato boxes, man, them are really neat, and David's going to start making them pretty soon.
You know what? I'm just going to do what we used to do in the old days of Revolution Radio. I'm just going to hijack people.
There you go. I told David to hijack his mom earlier. She popped online. I said, hijack your mom. Pull her into ours.
So if the people answer, they answer. If they don't, they don't.
Hey, I think we got Steve Travesty.
Hello.
What you doing there, even Steven?
Oh man, I'm all right. I'm just chilling. Had a late night last night. Had a lot of fun, and just taking a relaxed day. And then I got some stuff I'm doing later on.
We're just roundtabling. I'm trying to get a roundtable, a regular roundtable every Sunday going here, and then people can just kind of expect it. But you gotta get people going first.
Gotcha. Is this on the station or on YouTube?
It's on Hawk's Nest and YouTube, and later it'll be on A until 6 when we got the Patriot Report. So.
Okay. Cool. I haven't talked to you in a bit, man. What's been going on? What's been at the forefront of Revolution Radio right now?
Just getting ready. Actually, I'm just getting anxious for spring.
Yeah, me too. We already got like 150 tomato plants, a whole bunch of them popping up, and did 50 pepper plants so far.
Very nice.
Interesting. This thing is not letting me add Dave. Oh, that's why.
Dave's not here, man.
Trying to add Dave Riotto, and it didn't want to let him in there. Here we go.
Gotta have the Dave in there.
Let's see if he answers now. There he is.
Hey yo, what's up? Does it work? Does it work?
What's up, Dave?
Dave's not here.
Hey yo, here I am. I'm over here.
I
Hey,
see Bob. Bob needs to be snatched.
this is great. Live YouTube Poland, man.
Yeah, we don't have much in the way of video, so I got to keep moving stuff around on there so it looks like video, because if I don't, YouTube likes to go turn it off. They go, oh, this ain't worth our time.
So you got to keep something kind of flashing around.
Yeah, I got stuff spinning around. I move pictures around, move the Skype around so they see movement and stuff like that. It's hard for me to use the Skype video. You all can turn on video if you wanted, But the problem is every time somebody new comes in, I got to redo the screen. So, because then I got half of one video and half of another video. So, anywho.
That's just another side that you got to get down. That's all. One step at a time.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'm going to be helping some people that want to start using this channel a little more effectively on specific shows. Like, I want to keep. I just don't want this channel getting off the political and self-reliance topic. That's all I want to use this one for. I might make other channels that people can use, and really all you need is your camera and a little bit of software, and then I can create a kind of channel for that, and then you can live stream yourself into our specific channels. So, and just get rid of that whole upload thing, and I might be able to beat the game that we were having problems with before, because I would take the audio and mix it with some pictures and stuff, and then upload it, and then once we get up around 5,000 subscribers and start making any significant income over $100 a month off the YouTube, well, then they would cancel it. But if you do live streaming, it's live material and video, and they consider it worth their time and bandwidth and all that kind of stuff, because if it's live video, advertisers will bid more on there. So it's all a game, man. It really is.
Just like the political thing, man. Like you were posting today in the other chat room, the GOP is kind of self-destructing, man. They're gonna try to get rid of Trump. They're putting 75 million to.
Oh yeah, and I'm watching it on Facebook right now. It's like
they just threw the Ku Klux Klan at Trump. They had David Dukes endorse Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump kind of like was just like, who's David Dukes? The Klan or whatever? And then eventually he said, I disavow. And he hasn't had like a major like stump speech or anything about it yet. So people are wondering when he has full range to talk free, what he's going to specifically say. And so this is a good attack point at the moment because of how he initially reacted. So it's a question of what's he got up his sleeve, because I think Donald Trump knew that this day was going to come where they were going to throw the evil endorsement at him that always happens. So,
oh yeah, and we got my wonderful state senator. They're having a panic attack. You know why I like Trump now even better than ever before? You know why I'm going to vote for him? Because they all hate him. The entire establishment hates him, which tells me he's the dude.
Yeah, but how long do you think they're going to let him stay in office, even if he got in there?
Well, not my point. We might want to pay attention to who the vice president is.
Right.
Well,
exactly.
Hey, look, you know what I'm pulling for? I want to see a Trump Carson ticket.
I see it as Trump going to drop out of the GOP, and he's going to take a whole bunch of votes right away from the GOP and hand it right over to Clinton.
I see it going the exact opposite way. I see the establishment saying that the establishment lost control of the GOP, and the establishment's going to try and they're going to be the ones that back out. They're going to pull like Marco Rubio with them or something, and they're going to try and run third party and try to make that third party look strong, which is not going to work. At the end of the day, if they can't actually destroy the optics of Trump's popularity, then there's nothing that they can do short of pulling an RFK on him to stop him from winning, in my opinion.
Both the Democrats and Republicans are scared of him, and they're going to try to. I think it's all a setup. That we know that the Democrats and the Republicans work in tandem, man. They're the same bird, right? Two wings. They're the same monster. It's all a plan to put Hillary in the seat. That's what I think.
Oh yeah,
It's the only way that she could get there.
I don't want to see Bernie Sanders in the White House, but I do want to see Bernie Sanders beat Hillary Clinton, and I definitely would love to see Donald Trump versus Bernie Sanders, because let's just get the argument that America's been having for like decades let's just do it and see what happens. Let's just have Trump versus Sanders. Let's have whatever Donald Trump's form of free market capitalism, corporatism, or whatever is versus socialism, and let's actually see that happen. We can't see that happen with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton can get easily destroyed by anybody who wants to speak the truth about Hillary Clinton.
See, it don't seem like anybody's even paying attention. She said, what did somebody say? She won South Carolina or
by a landslide. Of course she did. There's no love for Bernie Sanders, so they went establishment Democrat there. Bernie Sanders failed to do what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump destroyed the Bush clan and really hurt the Rubio clan in the state that both of them should have been like number one and number two for their war hawkisms. And Bernie Sanders couldn't turn that around. And Bernie Sanders also needs to do something radical to show blacks and women that he's better for them than she is. He needs to do something incredibly radical for that. Otherwise, he's going to have a horrible Super Tuesday, because he's not going to win on his socialism message alone. And that's why I've been telling my friends on Facebook. So like, dude, eat the rich is not a plan. That's what I tell people. Eat the rich is not a plan.
If I'm not mistaken, I just had a request from a Gavin D. McCall. I'm not sure if he's wanting to call in, but I need to go. I'll be right back, guys. I need to check something because I think I know who that is. So I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourself. What's up, Wally?
Hey, Hawk. Morels are coming soon. Am I here?
Morels are still far away over here.
Well, we're about 60 days here. But hey, Steve, what do you think of John McAfee?
John McAfee. Well, what's interesting is that didn't John McAfee just recently offer to help the government crack the iPhone for the quote unquote terrorists from San Bernardino? Just
all he will do is just the one phone. They want him to do a blanket so they can do all his phones.
Well, no, here's the thing. They just see, that's the thing. There is no one phone or blanket. It's all blanket. People don't understand, except for actual tech programmers, and which means guys like Hawk understands because he's a tech programmer. It's encryption. It's a particular formulaic algorithm that is non-uniform, other than a very particular kind of nuance that was scripted by the programmer that is meant to be in flux. Like you ever seen like how the AIDS virus works in the models, where every time it gets attacked by the immune system, it mutates, and then you have to then the immune system can't catch up with the mutation, so it can't get in. That's what an encryption does. It works on this odd level. So if you figure out how to crack the encryption that is uniform across the entire iOS software platform for one phone, it means you now have it for the entire product line of Apple, and they would have to build a new encryption just to undo that damage. And then the question is, do people look at their phone and say, well, this phone's not safe anymore because Apple had to break the encryption for people. I got to buy the new phone, if they're not going to do that again. And how many people are likely to do that again, not do that again? It's a death knell for such a thing. I've been talking about it on my show.
Right. But I think he wanted
the economy. People make purchases on their smartphones all the time. Somebody grabs your smartphone with your credit card data in it, and then they use your smartphone to deplete your bank account, and you don't report a stolen phone the way you report a credit card. You've caused a lot of problems for the right hacker.
Right. I think what if I understood it right, he would break just that phone.
Can't be done. It's not the nature of encryption. It's why Bitcoin works. It's the same kind of technology as Bitcoin that has made it safe. You can't crack one without having a master key for it all. And because of the politics of the matter, both parties, whether they know it or not, nobody who is up for election this year is going to back Apple, because it doesn't sound good to say these things, because the law and the technology are at a complete disconnect.
Well, what I understood is he would get if there was any information on that phone, he would get it off with his team and give them the information. Not necessarily give him the phone or any way, but the man knows how to do that. And
no, he doesn't. It's not the nature of the technology. It's like me saying I can play God and turn you into a baboon. It's not possible. and if I figure out how to turn you into a baboon, it means I can't turn. That means you're the only human being I can turn into a baboon. I could never replicate the process, even though on a base level to change who you are as a creature in the animal kingdom is completely unique from any other human being. It doesn't work that way. There's a base code, like a base genetic code in that respect. You know, you just can't do it. It cannot be done. Do it to one, does it to all. John McAfee is lying. He is lying about that. He is lying inherently in every program. I got friends in the tech industry. Or friends that know everybody in the tech industry. Everybody knows that it cannot be done. It cannot be done for just one. This isn't just Apple doing one thing or the other. This is literally Apple protecting the Fourth Amendment in a place where nobody in government seems to care, which is a little shocking and weird, and kudos to Tim Cook.
Well, we don't want to call John a liar, because I don't remember exactly what he said that he could do just that phone.
Why is he your best friend or something?
No.
All right. Hold up, guys. Don't forget, area code 702-605-4277 if you'd like to call in and join this roundtable. And if you look at the video, the Skype address, if you'd like to just call us Skype and save you some dime, those are the numbers if you'd like to join in. So there you go. All right, continue with your excited conversation, fellows.
No, I just, I'm not saying that he's in with the government. I don't want to go into a long old thing of, on the phone deal, but I just, everything I've heard him say is I think he would be for the people. We know that we could use the Diebold voting machines, because I don't think he would allow them to be shut off and reset or hacked.
John, dude, do you remember?
Hey, let me tell you a story about voting machines the first year they came out. All right, so I do tech work, and the county up here was trying to set up their voting machines. And they were having some problems getting the network to work. So I'm like, okay, well, where's the server? Because first of all, this database is broke, and I need to get and find it. So they take me up to the server. The server is literally a Pentium 1, and we're not talking that long ago. We're talking with Windows NT. We're talking, this is like 7-8 years ago, Windows NT still. And it was sitting on some floorboards in the attic of the library in like 190 degree heat in that attic. So I get in there and look. The thing is completely unsecured. The whole thing is unsecured completely. They have all the voting machines hooked into this completely unsecured machine. So I got to looking at it, and the database password was even the default. Admin. So I got in and looked at the IP address on this, and the database for all the votes was wide open and in space, just in the wind. I said, guys, here, let me show you something. I'm going to show you what you've done here to yourself. You've brought in these voting machines, and even whether they're good or not could be hacked individually. The server where it's all going to is wide up into the sky. And I bet every small town in America that was just getting these in, that, because small towns don't have the money to spend on, expensive ITs with any, kind of credibility or morals to come in and do this. A lot of times they would just they go down to the TV repair shop and see if anybody knows how to work a computer. I'm not joking. That's exactly how they approached me. They came into the building and says, does anybody here know how to work a computer? So I had these guys on, let me show you something. And so they had a sample boat set up while they were doing the testing. Well, it all worked fine in the machines. But when it all went back to the server, I said, okay, well, here you did your sample vote, and here are all your candidates. Now, let me show you how easy this is to do from anybody on the internet that finds your IP address. And I went in there and just completely jacked their entire election process in less than 1 minute. So I guarantee you that went on for years, especially in the smaller towns. Did I lose everybody?
No, just making sure you're done. Yeah.
No doubt. Exactly. Listening.
Yeah, that's just about right. Hey, Hawk, we were talking just before, and I think that, and both of these are exactly related because it's about how tech is exploited against us. If you were, I don't know if you overheard while you were away from the thing, what me and Wally were talking about with the issue of John McAfee's claim. Now, I think you understand what's going on with how this algorithm works. I have proclaimed that John McAfee is a liar if he says he can just uncrack this one phone and no other phone, because of the inherent nature of...
No, you can't just uncrack one phone. That's impossible. Once you figure out a way in, you're in all of them.
Right.
It's like once the camel's nose under the tent, there's no way of stopping it.
I just went on and Googled, and it says here, I will decrypt or decipher the San Bernardino phone free of charge, so Apple doesn't need to place a backdoor on its product.
You got to remember, John.
That's a quote right from him.
Yeah, but John McAfee's also trying to get back into the good graces of the American Justice Department because of what they did to him when he tried to be on our side. And they threw all those bogus sexual
murder
charges.
Murder, murder, sexual, all that other stuff.
Precisely. Yeah. That is still valid and a stain on him. So he's trying to cut a deal with the Justice Department. Let me do this for you. Let me make it sound like I'm doing it constitutionally, and you give me immunity in the United States for these BS charges that you probably threw at me in the first place because I was defying the New World Order. I am sorry, my masters. I want my life back. That's what John McAfee's doing if this is how he's talking. As a guy who is a dude who crafted McAfee securities for your computer, is doing this, that's an outright lie. It's a simple lie. The entire tech security apparatus of the globe, in the way our base programming systems work, know this. He is not Jesus Christ of the Justice Department in this manner. It is an inherently traitorous statement. It is betrayal. It is betrayal of the Constitution. It is betrayal to true American values for the sake of the government and the corrupt officials for cracking into this phone, which ultimately does not matter because the metadata is all there at the NSA from anything that was a communication, meaning it went from one phone to another phone. They're looking for stored data like personal notes that were saved on disk, perhaps a video file that had some interesting information and documents or whatever. That all of that has nothing to do with the actual crime that happened. And because they've labeled the crime legally as terrorism, they're trying to crack into all sorts of things that ultimately do not matter. Over.
Oh my God. You made everybody go silent.
I'm so. I've never been more sure of anything in my life, and I'm not a computer programmer.
Well, yeah, and McAfee is part of that antivirus group who spent years and years writing viruses so they could sell you a fix.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I agree with you, Hawk. I really do. Because now I don't pay for one and I don't have any viruses.
Right, I used to free stuff too, and haven't had too much of a problem at all. But I don't go stupid websites either, so I don't go, looking into weird websites.
Well, not a lot of women do. It's a problem for men, and men, we know what we're talking about, especially if you're single and lonely.
Right.
God, Steve, don't be saying that.
What, dude?
Telling on you, dude.
85% of the internet it's just another 15% is not taboo, and thus what we really talk about.
Right. No, I just, from what I've heard McAfee talk, he sounds like he's, I believe a lot of that stuff in Belize and the other things I think were trumped up against him. I don't know. I wasn't there. That's only my opinion. But listening to the man talk, he sounds like he's there for, I think I don't know about Trump. I'm on the fence with Trump. I mean, he sounds good, but I'm on the fence with him.
Well, I don't see a whole lot of other choices right now, and since he established he hates me, I like him. But I also see where the GOP is. If they can't get Rubio's fabulous ass in there, then they're going to send. They're going to try to activate Romney as a backup.
Oh, Lord.
Romney. I thought
why would the GOP take away their best bet?
Because he's not establishing it. He's not going to walk the line.
Right.
And for that matter, I think the ticket should be Trump. Put his daughter in there second.
Something's
He
fishy.
He is not politically correct. I like Trump because of that. And he does speak his mind. He don't candy coat stuff.
It's man, there are so many places to springboard to when talking about this particular subject. I was about to say something and then I lost it, so sorry, I just wasted 10 seconds.
Well, whenever anybody says anything about Rubio, I just see, remember in Living Color, men on this, men on that. I just hear him going, Rubio, love it.
I don't think the GOP is dumb bastards, man. They allowed Trump in there. They seen the support he was getting, and then all of a sudden they don't like that. And that's a sure ticket, man. If they supported it, it's fishy, man. Something smells rotten. And the only thing I could see is they're going to hand it to Hillary.
Look, I think it's partially because of Trump had power before he had his presidential popularity come in. As far as star power is concerned, he's a man who can create headlines, get media attention for other reasons, especially because of the fact that he has had successful TV shows and things, between Miss Universe and The Apprentice. And so he's a man who's registered Republican as of more recently, and has been working in that vein. And then there's no reason under the belief system of the American democratic process for people to run. I mean, I could announce running for president as on the Republican ticket tomorrow. I'll be lucky if I could even afford to put my name in on the ballot just in my home state. But the long story short of it is that if he was doing if he was doing his thing and they didn't treat him in the beginning, at least, as fairly as they would have of anybody else. He could have gone on the media and said, look, they didn't even let me run those bad. He would have ran anti everybody campaign while getting a footing in to do for himself, and used his vast wealth to put his name in on the ballot in every state, run his own campaign, make the Trump party in a respect, and go forward. So they cut a deal because he could have broke the Republican Party anyway. Because he obviously has proved he doesn't need a political party. He is a force unto himself. These other guys, they need an army of pundits to tell them what to do, and especially so they can pander to wealthy donors, or to the little guy to give them those $27 donations Bernie Sanders is so fond of. And that's the way politics works. This billionaire is doing it like the Ayn Rand way, and he's getting ripped apart for it. It makes the Republicans look like they're anti-business, which makes everybody now seem anti-business, because the Republicans can't like a guy who's made a fairly honest buck like Donald Trump, especially comparatively speaking. And then Democrats have always hated business. That's also a losing scenario, because the Republican Party is betraying itself in its favoritism against Trump. And that's why I find this election fun. Like, I just have been enjoying this ride. Even if I'm being taken for a ride that's going to run off a cliff, I kind of don't care. It doesn't mean I'm endorsing anybody. I say it all the time on my show, but it's just funny. I just laugh. It's great. It's just effing great.
Well, the one thing I don't see, and if Trump is coming out with all these things, he has not come out with the biggest. In that setting, taking slavery from everybody and acknowledging the corporation and breaking the corporation. It's kind of like everybody that says they went up in an alien ship and cruised around for them. Number one, what did they eat? Number two, are there bathrooms on spaceships? Those are two questions, very important questions. The same question with Trump. How come he has not come out and said everybody will be free? We will have we'll have money that's backed by something and not the people. Those are just some of the questions that run through my mind.
Well, here's the thing. If America's not there yet, why is he going to run on a platform that doesn't work? I mean, you look at the South Carolina debate, and he took a big risk that paid off well, in like the way that he almost accused the Bush family for actually doing 9/11. But by the merit that he said 9/11 happened on your brother's watch, and that is not keeping us safe, and I lost all these friends in the build. Look, I think that part of it is that the base, especially inside jobbers that are supporting Trump now, say, like, I think that he knows something, and that I think he's sort of running on that. But he's still got to work it. He's still overcoming certain things with the media. And he's getting there and getting there and getting there. Remember, the general election hasn't come yet, and he's going to change his tune in the general election. Why? Because everything he's been doing thus far has been strategy. He's been doing strategy. I think another reason why he won South Carolina is because he sacrificed Iowa for, or whichever it was, for South Carolina when the debate came, and he skipped the debate to go and help the vets. Nobody's ever done that before. Nobody's ever done right by the vets in that way. And that made him look selfless. It made him look selfless, and people loved him for it. Even I loved him for it. That made me feel good, seeing him do such a thing. So those are reasons why Trump is over. It's all professional wrestling. He's a heel who's over, and a heel who's over long enough goes babyface. He will eventually become the good guy. It's going to shock the hell out of everybody. It'll be the last curveball, because it'll be the last deal he makes with America to say, make me the president. Here's the real deal. It's going to be interesting, and he's going to fight, and he's got a plan for all of his consequences.
Hey, hold on a minute, Steve. Hey, Mike, what you doing, man? Hello? Mr. Watchman, Mike, what's up? All right, ping me back when you're ready to come in. Anyway, that's Mike from Watchman News. We've been kind of back and forth partnering through this last couple of months. When I'm sleeping, he ain't, or something like that. So I just wanted to add him in, but he's probably got to move some stuff around because he live streams 24/7. So anyway, go ahead, Steve.
That was kind of actually the end of the statement anyway. So if anybody wants to respond and think and has a valid reason why they think I'm wildly off base, please tell me, because I don't like being off base, and I'd rather know that I'm wrong than live in a lie.
I think it's all an act. And that's why Trump was picked, man. He's Hollywood. He's all broke in for the setup, the scheme, the set, everything. It's a perfect setup, man. I think that we all know they work in tandem with each other, the right and the left, and the GOP and the Democrats. It's a scam. The whole damn thing's a scam. That's how I see it.
You know, Steve, I do like your analogy of that, and yes, that did answer my question, and you just might be right. Time will tell, but it just, we've been deceived for so long by almost everything that has been told to us, and now it's starting to come out. So it's an interesting ride, a very interesting ride. In fact, very historical also, because a lot of things have never been done before, and people are waking up very slowly, but they're waking up.
Well, yeah, for sure. Look, the reason why Donald Trump can say the things that he says and be the front runner is based on where the ones that haven't woken up yet are, which means they've woken up somewhat more. They're still getting the sand out of their eyes, and let's work with them. And if this is the level of the paradigm that we're at least making progress. Look, he defeated the Bushes. I can't tell you how good that makes me feel.
Me too.
Bushes. That's important.
That wasn't too hard, though. That wasn't too hard.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. In South Carolina? Yes, it was.
All right, stand by, guys. Callers get front run. Area code 618. You're on the air.
Hey, what's up? This is the Watchman News.
Hey, Mike, what you doing, man?
Oh, not much, man. I'm still trying to figure out the issue. I assumed that you were getting my audio back to the line still. So.
No, actually, I was just getting silence.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't hear you, and I didn't get your audio back. I'm a little confused on how to join two live streams myself. I've been trying to figure it out for a while, and it just somehow doesn't seem to quite freaking work out.
Yeah, it's like the streams cross. It gets all confusing.
Yep, with a full 1 minute feedback level. But anybody that doesn't know Mike from Watchman News, we both were covering this and kind of working together like I really think alternative media should, instead of like some of the others that were just wanting to punch us around for this and that just for whatever reason, because we tried to stick to our guns instead of just trying to be shock jocks. So.
Howdy, Mike. Good to hear you. I love the Watchman News.
Yeah, right on. Howdy. How you doing?
All right, Dave here in Montana.
Oh, all righty.
Hello from Kentucky.
Oh, howdy, Kentucky. You're not too far from me. I'm in Illinois, so.
Hey, Michigan saying hi, Mike.
Oh, right on.
Hell, we even got a Jersey boy.
Hey, that works.
Except for he's in Rhode Island or something now, I think.
I think we lost him.
Who's Steve?
Yeah.
Nah, he's there. Probably ran to the bathroom while he had a chance.
What? Me? No, I'm here. Wait. What? Did somebody ask me a question? I'm sorry.
No, I said we had a Jersey boy. Oh yeah, he's from Rhode Island or something like that.
Me? Connecticut.
Connecticut.
I used to be a Jersey boy, thanks to the Canes.
All right, there you go. So anyway, we're just Mike. We're just kind of talking about politics and political corruption and what the hell is going on with the strangest political campaign I've ever seen in my life. You know, I support Trump because everybody hates him, pretty much. But you know, you can always go. You know, I've been watching some of these really hardline evangelist Christians saying he's the Antichrist because he's describing what he might do is exactly what they said in Revelation. So I'm like, oh God, you know, could that be true?
Sir, that it is only fair that they believe that. Like, because I was thinking to myself, like we need to get to like the whole quote unquote peace in the Middle East, right? And then during the last debate, he was just like, I want to be the deal maker, you know, for Israel and Palestine. And I said to myself, you know, he didn't want to hate Palestine, and I'm just like, oh my God, he said the right thing. He said exactly the right thing. And then Marco Rubio, who, you know, I think made an idiot of himself by saying it's not a real estate deal. You talk to anybody who lives on the West Bank, and it's exactly a real estate deal.
But remember, from now on this, whenever you say Marco Rubio, you have to go. You be talking, and you go, Marco Rubio hated him anyway, and then continue.
Rubio says that it's a real estate deal, and you know, and even though Donald Trump could have said actually it is a real estate deal, but like, you know, if I was sitting there, if I was watching that debate with friends or whatever, I would have turned to my friends like, actually, it is a real estate deal. That's what's funny about it. So Marco Rubio actually, by saying the exact opposite of what it is, just did Trump a huge favor.
Yeah, well, you should have seen the picture I seen this morning. I can understand.
Right. And this is the first time ever that he has really kind of like almost pandered to Israel. And like, you know, it's not true pandering to Israel if you're trying to tell Israel, like, listen, I love you guys. I want to be your friend. And, you know, it's just like, and I am a Christian, whether you believe that or not, that's his line. I am a Christian. But look, we're not going to solve this problem by enabling you to, you know, wholesale murder the Palestinians. So, look, man, I'm good with that. I'm kind of good. It's
yeah. And the last thing, you know, here, you want me to add Eli?
Voting's a huge responsibility, right? And, you know, no matter who you pick for, there's going to be legitimate concerns on all sides. It's going to be all, you know, there's risk in everything. You know, I don't know, man. Look, 2012, I voted for Ron Paul in the primaries, and then I voted for Gary Johnson in the general election. So, you know, none of my guys got in, so nobody can blame me for anything.
Right. All right. So, Mike, you're late to the combo, but now I think you're a little caught up. What's your opinion on this crazy ass election?
Well, I really haven't seen a whole lot of thing going on. I don't watch TV, so I don't even have any type of TV service. So I really haven't been able to see a lot of it. I've just kind of been basing everything from what I'm seeing on social media, and it's scary. You know, we have three people that, well, I guess two left. I don't know if Bernie gave up or not. But if Bernie's still in it, then we have three main people that it looks like that's really in the running, and that's Trump, Clinton, and Sanders. And all three of them scare me to death. Because I think with Trump, and I really feel this way, I think a lot of the Trump voters are voting for him or rooting for him because he appeases the anger that they have inside. Because, you know, this country has been done wrong. The people of this country has been done wrong for a really long time. And I think he's you know, targeting that audience, the people that are mad. I don't think we're going to get any better as a country if he gets in office. I think we'll just go downhill a different direction. And the reason why is because you really got to understand his life, okay? And understand that, you know, he was handed $1 million to start a business with. Just handed to him. Well, hell, if somebody hands me $1 million, I can guarantee I can return it tenfold.
You can?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Once you got enough ching in your pocket, you can turn that ching around fast. Believe me, I know how to do it myself. It's just you got to have enough. You got to get over a certain little hump. And once you get over that hump, money starts making itself as fast as you can spend it, or faster than you can spend it. That's how you start turning it around.
Well, let's be fair. We all love our children, right? He was given $1 million from his dad. And I'm sure, and his dad raised him, a certain way. And, he spent the money to turn it into more money. And, if I had children, and I raised them right, and I said, like, you know what, that kid is good with money, and I believe in him, I'm going to give him this investment and watch him do good with it. And that's kind of the narrative that one can acquiesce from him getting this money from his father. If I had a chance for that kind of success, so that way when I had children, I could teach them great economics and working in a particular field of business and inspiration, and have my kid take $1 million from me, turn it around, pay me back the $1 million, because that's part of the proof of how good they are with the money, is that they have the $1 million to give back and are no longer beholden to me on the debt. That's a good thing, because that's the thing. Donald Trump paid off the debt to his father way back in the day after he got that $1 million turned around to make his own. Doesn't America need that? Because look at our debt, and we never pay off the debt. We just pay off the interest on the debt.
Well, I
it.
agree with you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The whole economic system is the problem. That's why the world's in this situation we're in. They're trying to bomb the whole world into this economic situation that these guys are so good at, that we're gonna vote for. But yet that's the very monster that we're fighting.
Yes.
It's insanity.
But what is Donald Trump?
Hey, you guys are overwhelming Mike, okay? Because he keeps trying to answer, and I'm hearing him, and you guys are running him over. So go ahead, Mike, your turn.
Okay. Well, I was just wanting to reply. I'm sorry, I'm horrible with names, but the gentleman that was explaining about how Trump came to be with $1 million. I'm not knocking that. I wish every parent had $1 million to give their child to be able to do that. But one important point that we need to remember about Donald Trump, and that you'll find out by researching into him, it wasn't his mastermind that made that money. He hired people that advised him. So, and there's nothing, I'm not saying anything's wrong about that, but we need, we're talking about the position of, the chief of the United States, All
the chief of the United States does is hire people that advise him. They surround themselves with advisors and a cabinet, and they get together and they talk. And the actions of the president, the liability for when problems arise, fall on his shoulders. And so you have to trust his judgment. So starting a business, running the country are literally the exact same thing by design. Welcome to Virginia.
Hey, I want to address something. Somebody was talking about something in the chat room that I actually want to address this about something that into something else. All right, so somebody was saying because there is a third campaign going on here called No Confidence, and somebody says, why vote if it doesn't matter? Because it doesn't matter. Well, I'm like, well, vote anyway. And if you don't believe in any of the candidates and just everything being fixed and faked anyway, then go down there and vote no confidence. And this is why. I read a study a few years ago put out by two completely different sets. It's been 2-3 years ago. It may have changed a little bit since then, but when they started using these electronic voting machines, it was depending on the fact that less than 40% of people actually showed up to the polls. Now, if 100% of the people showed up in this country and actually voted, and whether you believe in the voting process or not, if they actually showed up and voted, because they have to record write-ins as well. There's absolutely no way around it. It has to be voted. and to the write-ins because there is a write-in slot. So instead of voting, like one year I voted Mickey Mouse because this last Obama, because I knew it was already won. But if 100% of the people went in, and if some of you is going to vote this way, somebody's going to vote that way, but the people, this is your third campaign or the fifth column for the voters that don't believe in the voting process, especially with these electronic voting machines, is just all of you go in and just vote no confidence. It will break their machines because they're not designed. The system is not designed to handle everybody in this country voting. They depend on the fact that most people won't vote. So I'm not sure if you understand this from a technical point of view, but as a technician and an IT, I understand what they're trying to say. It would blow up the database. The database would be broken. And then they would have to go back and actually count paper ballots. So you see where I'm going with this?
Interesting. Yes, Hawk, I see it.
Yeah, hey, look, I'm good with it. That might be the way to go.
That does sound like an interesting aspect to go from it.
Break the machine.
Yep.
Overload it.
Exactly, because there is no way to build a database big enough to handle 100% of America actually voting without something way better than we have now, probably delving into quantum computers or something. Although people say they exist, they're not. They exist, but they're not actually in working service. It'll be a while. It's coming, but it's not there yet for this kind of consumption. So that's how you break it. Rage against the machine. Well, here's your machines. If you want to go do something and you don't believe in the voting process at all, which I don't, but I'm going to vote for Trump anyway. I don't believe in the process, going to vote for it anyway, but still, if you just so don't believe in it that you want to break the machine, then go vote no confidence. Write it in. No confidence. Don't write in all these idiots that are running for president just so they can hopefully get over, 500,000. There's another thing I want to talk about. There are a lot of people I've seen over the last year that go, I'm running for president. And I need you to understand the independent candidate point here. When you give money into, like a lot of people, when you fill out your IRS form, it always says, do you want to donate $1 to the Republicans or the Democrats? And you check yes, no, or not interested. I always say not interested. I don't support either fully. But if you're an independent candidate and you're a Republican or a Democrat and you run, if you get enough people to follow you via, I can't remember the exact way it works, but you can get a whole bunch of money for your campaign funds. It's not like a whole bunch of money to somebody that's rich, but it's like about $1 million. And if you can get enough people to sign your thing and follow you, and I've seen this do again and again. People don't realize I'm onto that scam, and when I call them out on it, they quit running for president. But that's the scam. If you can get enough people to follow you, you get this $1 million for campaign funds. You burn it up really fast on just stupid stuff. Write it off on your taxes. You just got a free $1 million. That's why you see all these dotards running for president that have no chance in hell. They're just out there to try to get enough people to sign their petition in order to get them as an actual, I don't remember the number. I think it was like 500,000 or something. And if you get more than and each time you hit another 500,000, you get a little bit more money for your campaign fund. So, that's the reason a lot of these guys that are out there are just, I think, what is it, Andrew Basiago, like he's going to be president. That's why he's doing it. Steve Kelly running for president. That's why he's doing it. No, you only got to be a fool to not figure that out.
And dude, I was saying it earlier when I was talking about me. It was just like, yeah, I could announce I'm running for president right now, and I'll be lucky if I get enough money just to enter my name in the ballot in my own state. And then I have to do that 49 more times, plus Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C.
Well, yeah, exactly, and it's really expensive to enter your name into a ballot, or even then you got to go through all the background checks, and I bet none of these people would actually survive any of the background checks anyway.
Hey, that's why we have a Canadian running for president, and
pretty much. And have you noticed that some of the Republicans that just wanted to, not that I freaking hate Obama. But realize the same Republicans that are screaming about Obama being not a natural born citizen have nothing to say about who? Come on, say it.
Theodore Cruz.
Yeah, exactly. And if Cruz don't get it, well, it's just going to be who?
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio. Hating him.
Fabulous.
Oh.
Sorry, I have to inject comedy into things every once in a while. All right, well, where's my freaking mind?
Oh, I know.
All right, we have a new caller coming in. Area code 210. Who dat? Where you at? What you got to say, man?
Hey, man, it's Texas Lady here down in San Antonio.
There she is. She finally... She finally worked up the nerve to call in. Tell us what you got to say.
Oh, yeah, I'm not used to this. Anyway, I want to shift the gears a little bit. I've been getting people to come to our rally in San Antonio. So I've connected with Convention of States, Citizens for Self-Governance, National Liberty Alliance, trying to get those folks to come on out to the Alamo. Remember the Alamo?
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, and so still needing someone with smartphone. I'm not smart enough. And Skype, but I think it will pan out as the week wears on. And I've heard there are rallies all over the United States on March 5th.
Yeah, and if you get over to OperationAmericanSpring.us, which is my attempt to do Operation American Spring 2.0, when these come in, and I'm posting them up there as fast as I can. I put several more in today.
Cool.
And I really need live streamers to get out and cover this on March 5th. I mean, I'm just going to set up the screen so we got feeds from everywhere that will feed me. Feed me, Seymour! So we can watch all of this going down. And, you know, I've just heard there's one in New York. There's one, I think it was in Arkansas. So we're getting a little movement. It seems like the people that show up and give a crap are, who did I lose? How the hell could I have possibly lost everyone?
I'm still here.
I'm still here, I think.
I'm still here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually gonna get going now because I got a few things I gotta do. I gotta take a shower and what have you. So,
all right,
it's been awesome. It's changing the world. Catch you later.
Hello.
See ya.
I'm back.
All right, yeah. Sorry, I had some kind of weird Skype glitch and it like hung up on everybody. So.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm getting really excited about this coming weekend. It should be fantastic. So I'm hoping you get lots of good coverage. I'm working on the Skype, smartphone, etc. So you should have that going on.
All right, that is awesome. But anyways, right when everything went down when I started saying the website.
They don't like you, Hawk.
Yeah, so.
I heard a weird noise in the phone and it went dead. I was like,
Yep. So
Hey,
anyway,
Shannon.
I posted that in the chat for everybody. So grab it
I
there.
think there's a black SUV hovering over my house.
Oh, goody. Where's Tommy? I want to talk to Tommy Chong.
Hey, Texas lady, how you doing today? Good to meet
Just
you.
dandy. Just dandy. Hey, 74 degrees here. Cannot complain. So
Yeah,
that's...
it's raining too.
Oh, well. Oh, well. Anyway, well, everybody having a good day, eh?
Yeah,
Hey,
good
there's
to talk
hope,
to you.
guys. Look, I mean, please never give up on us. There's always hope. As long as we keep moving forward and keep doing what we've got to do to get these feds under control, that's all I got to say about that. Is just keep moving forward. Do it at a state level. Do it at the local level. Whatever it takes to get it done, we can get it done. Okay?
That's right.
Right.
A little bit at a time.
I'm pumped. I'm pumped, especially with the Convention of States. I'm pumped. Everybody needs to go on conventionofstates.com and check it out. It's a huge solution to a whole lot of Fed problems.
yeah, I hear Bear Prepper's going to be down there too.
I'm working on it. I'm working. Uh-oh. Feedback. Yes, I'm working on it. Yep. And also Citizens for Self-Governance and National Liberty Alliance.
Yeah, we really got to get busy on this because this is all going to be basically the shot across the bow as far as I'm concerned.
Yep, it is. And there are some good folks in office that are pushing for this, and thank God for Governor Abbott here in Texas. He's just been amazing. So, but there's the other states that are ratifying the Convention of States. So just check it out. Get involved, and it all starts at the local level. Your sheriffs, Sheriff Mack's organization, getting constitutional sheriffs in office. Man, I mean, the states have to protect themselves from this federal invasion.
Well, yeah,
So-
exactly. And I've told people again and again, you want to go interview your sheriff, don't be scared. Take a camera, call the sheriff, see if he'll be interviewed, and go interview him, and then contact me, and I will put your video out and spread it across. It is important that we start
Right.
centralizing this stuff and
Right.
getting vocal local.
It's true. It's true. Because the states do have the power. I don't care what the feds say. The states do have the power if they take their power. Utilize the power that they've been given through the Constitution.
Exactly.
Everybody just weed out. There's so many that have weed out.
And the corruption is deep, and it starts at your local town. So, I mean, you can do a lot on a national level by just getting your towns together and your counties together and then your states together. I mean, it took over 100 years to screw this up this bad. It's not
Right.
going to happen in a season.
No, it's not.
And I was telling AMAT earlier, I said, most of the people that are going to be doing anything about this are us people that are over 40, and we're just kind of waiting for it to warm up because we don't work as well in the cold this days now.
It's warm here. I'm ready.
Yeah, it ain't warm here yet.
Well,
Today ain't too bad.
Yeah, I finally got my windows open today. It's just got all my spring going on, but it's going to go back in the 40s this week. It's it's super slinky week this month here in Kentucky with the weather. So
I'm still waiting for snow.
You guys. Oh, you are, Tommy. I mean, whatever your
I got
name
my
is.
ski pass. I paid good money for a ski pass. I got to get another month of skiing at least.
You can keep that cold weather here, Dave. You're more than welcome to it. We're lucky here in Kentucky, though, aren't we, Hawk? Because, I mean, Kentucky sheriffs and stuff don't seem to be able to be stood on very, very easily.
That's good.
When they had that press conference with, it's been a couple weeks ago. It started out with the Bundy's lawyer and Michelle Fiore and all those, and I found it very interesting and a little concerning when his lawyer literally said, "Well, I've never read the Constitution." And I thought that was part of being a lawyer, because isn't that what the law is all about? Isn't that what the law is based on? Isn't that what all the interpretation is based on? Is the Constitution? So how can you be a lawyer and have never read the Constitution?
Wow, that's pretty pathetic.
That
And the thing of it is, I think they kind of touch on it because the Black's Law Dictionary has a different definition for a lot of words and stuff that is associated with the Constitution. I don't think they really study the Constitution so much, but they study that Black's Law Dictionary like you wouldn't believe. So all they would need to do is pick up the Constitution, and they would understand what our rights are supposed to be, because some of those words that are very pertinent to our freedoms and our liberty are in the Black's Law Dictionary.
Yeah, but what I've been seeing lately is they've been treating the Constitution like it's some old document that should be overlooked because there are things in there that don't portray to today's world anymore.
Yeah, toilet paper.
Pretty much.
Well, do realize that when the Constitution was written, everybody had the same firearms, muskets, and bows and arrows and knives. And now, all these arms control fascists want to stop us from having even basic, firearms and rifles, but yet they got Apaches and tanks and A-10s and all that. So, the balance is already way out of swing.
Correct. People forget that that's what the Second Amendment right was not put out there for hunting. The Second Amendment right was put out there for us to protect ourselves against tyranny government, and that is what we have at this point in time.
Oh, I agree. And the other thing, as far as what you were saying, Hawk, about the difference in the regulation, so to speak, you don't hear them talk much about that. You don't, and you're right. That's what that was put in there for, was so that we had equal arms to any standing army that we might have had in the future, because as you know, we didn't have a standing army at the time that, all that was signed and drafted and all that.
Correct.
So, yeah, I mean, and it's crazy how they say that. And then you get the other people saying, well, it's a living, breathing document. I think Thomas Jefferson said that or something. And they try to make you believe that it's meant to be, that like the first 10 amendments are meant to be changed, which we all know they're not.
Right, yeah, most of the stuff that anyone would consider a governmental or militarized enemy has stuff that absolutely none of us law-abiding citizens could ever lay a hand on. None of us law-abiding citizens can own a M50 or a Gatling gun or hand grenades or nuclear bombs or an Apache or an A-10 or whatever. Not even if we could afford it.
Okay, now they may give all that stuff to ISIS, but they gave us Obama funds. So
right, if I hear all these guys, they're like wanting to rush into the throat of hell with their semi-automatic bean poker or Daisy rifles compared to what the other side might have. But that's not going to help us. But I have a video. If you guys will just drop anchor and hang on and let me play this video. And listen, this comes from David Boss. And I'm going to play this right now. So everybody just kind of hold on and mute up a little bit while I run this. So stand by. Here it comes.
Those, today is January the 9th, 2016. It's great to see everybody today. Well, I want to talk a little bit more about this thing going up there in Oregon. Very serious, friends. Very, very serious thing. You're not being told the truth. This is not... I don't know where to begin.
Now, it's a little out of date, but the message is the same.
I think a lot of you are upset, and but I just think that most people in the United States has no idea. It's kind of odd because I think a lot of people realize inside that the government does
muted,
bad things, but we're just resigned to it. We think, oh, well,
I'm not muted. You just can't hear me. Just everybody be quiet. I'll tell you when. You can't hear me over Skype.
Burn these farmers out purposely. These fires.
All right, everybody on Skype, you can't hear what I'm playing over the live stream. I've not figured out how to pipe that over. So just everybody mute for about 15 minutes, okay? And I'll say when we're back, and if you want, mute and then go look at the live stream. You'll see what I'm doing, okay?
We're started by the government to try and burn these farmers out. And they're well, that's the government. You can't fight them like that. Hey, sure, we've got an amendment to bear arms, but we can't really exercise that. Come on. See, the government won years ago when they convinced you that one of your rights you don't have the right to anymore. See, a lot of people run around today talking about the Second Amendment to bear arms, and they think it just means that you're allowed to have a gun. See, that's not what it says. We don't have the right to exercise the rights under the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. We've lost it because that right is to bear arms and make a militia to protect ourselves from an unlawful government, from a tyranny. That's why they put that in place, and we're not being allowed to offer that or exercise that right. So I know a lot of you will say, well, sure, that's a right that they put in the Constitution. I guess even if I will agree with you that it's there, I don't believe we should do anything about it. Well, I think what they did is wrong. Do you know all the people that are running around on the side of the Hammonds and the Bundys? They're all, we got to do something. We got to go protest. But at the same time, they're all of them. Understand, friends, that I'm not even sure.
All right, I'll run it after I do this because it's just freaking out everybody on the call. So because they can't hear it. So anyway, just go back to what you were talking about. It was kind of important, but I'll run it at the end. It's about the Second Amendment is not a right to own a gun. It's the right to bear them against tyranny, and I'll run that at the end. All right, so continue, folks. You're back. Unmute and go ahead.
Hey, Hawk.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Hello. You're back. Unmute. Go ahead.
Oh, that's wild. I actually heard you over the internet before I heard you over the phone.
Well, what I did is I muted myself and then clicked on Hawk's Nest and listened to it. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I'm restreaming him, so all I did was turn up my stream so I could hear it. So.
Oh, that's good. That's cool. Yeah, I'll just.
He's figuring it out. I mean,
I'll just
leave it to Hockey. We'll figure it out. But
I'll just.
Sometimes we just have to go around corners to get things happen.
It's confusing. I'm having an issue within Skype. Do you use voice meter? Huh?
All right, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. You know,
Yes, I'm here.
there's no way for me to pipe this over Skype what I was trying to play, so I'll just save it till the end.
Have you ever used or seen voice meter? Huh?
My what?
Have you ever used or seen an application for Windows called Voice Meter?
Yeah, I have it running right now. I just can't seem to get it to pipe into Skype so you guys can hear.
Huh, okay.
So anyway, it's kind of like trying to mix two live streams.
Right.
But anyway, I gave it a shot. I'll run it at the end of the show, but it is very important, you know, that people realize that the Second Amendment is not the right to own a gun. It's the right to bear them against tyranny. And it's clearly what it says. I will just run it at the end of the show, and so we don't run into this confusion again later. Because
Right, what people keep forgetting is that was wrote for future people, not really wrote for the time period, but wrote for the future. They could see the future if we continue to let things go, I guess the way they have.
Right now, our rifles are like pea shooters against what they got, you know.
Correct.
Yeah, I hear a lot of banter going on about drones, people saying, you know, and I'm not talking about the little electric powered, you know, I'm talking about the larger military style drones. And I hear a lot of people going, oh, well, we'll just, you know, we'll do this, we'll do that. It's like, sorry, dude, your AR-15 is not going to help you at 10,000 feet. You know?
Oh no, absolutely not. It's not. You know, and now they have made personal body armor to a certain grade illegal.
Yeah.
And then you got to go, excuse me? Really? So I'm not allowed to own something that can keep you from killing me dead or somebody else from just killing me dead for whatever reason?
Well, of course not. They won't even let us demand that our food be labeled, so...
Yeah, exactly. We also have a new caller, area code 505. Who that? Where you at? What you got to say?
Hey, it's Lena from your chat. I was wondering, you had sent me an email referencing a meeting down in Animas, New Mexico on the 10th, and I thought I was supposed to go down there on the 5th, and I don't really know when I'm supposed to go down there or what meeting I'm going to be attending. So just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I did respond to you over there at Operation American Spring.
Oh, okay. I'll check over there at that site. Is it
All right,
for
yeah.
the 5th or the 10th?
I put it in there. I don't remember. There's so many things going on at once.
I know. All right, yeah, I'll check back over there. I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be from the either the 5th or the 10th, and I can't really afford to go down there for 5 days.
Right. Yeah, I think it's the 5th. If it's the 10th, I put the date in there, and I got Patricia Aiken trying to set it up, so you'll be working with Adrian Sewell. He is a rancher up there in Oregon, I think, to set you up so to get that all kind of clicked in.
Cool. Is there contact information for Adrian Sewell on there?
Patricia Aiken will be helping you do that.
Cool. Lena, you're going to have a blast there.
Yeah, I'm going to bring a friend up with me. I'm really excited.
All right.
Patricia Aiken is wonderful.
All right, hold on. Are you on Facebook or anything?
I am. I'm on Facebook under Miranda Lowe.
All right.
LOE.
Okay, do me a favor. Go find me, NNITEHAWKK. Add me in so I can get you in contact with Patricia Aiken.
All right, killer. Yeah, I'll go over there and do that now.
All right, thanks.
Awesome.
Well,
All right, I'll see you later.
Hey, Lena.
Hi, how's it going?
You
Wishing you
too.
guys all a good day. Hopefully we'll get to meet you guys soon.
Tell your mom I said hi.
I will. Have a good one, you guys.
All right, you too. All right, Hawk, I'm getting off here, this Texas lady, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right, you have fun.
Oh, well, shall do. I'll keep in touch with what's going on here, all right?
All right, don't be a stranger.
Oh, shall not be. Okay.
All right, anyway, folks, don't forget, this is a roundtable, area code 702-605-4277 if you want to call in and just weigh in. It's not a problem. Anyway, you folks pick it up a minute. I got to go. I'll be right back.
Hi, Don.
All right. So, are y'all all ready for spring to get here? Everybody getting their gardens ready? What?
Oh, I wish I could have a garden. I live in an apartment complex, so unfortunately I can't have one.
You can have a hang garden. I made. I'll drop a link in here, but well, you can't see the link. Well, just go type in make a hanging water bottle garden,
I can
and
see
you
the
can make
link.
yourself a garden right straight in your windowsill.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see the link. I'm in the group call thing on Skype. I'm talking to you guys on my home phone.
Oh, okay. Cool deal. All right. Well, I'll drop that link. But yeah, go to hanging water bottle. I'll drop you a link for it. And I made one. I got basil and cilantro growing in it. You know, just grow at least some herbs and stuff in it.
Wow, yeah, I'd appreciate that. What I'm wanting to do is take a 5-gallon bucket and plant a cucumber in it and make a little frame with some chicken wire fencing.
Cool.
And try to grow that inside. So along that fencing.
Oh, nice.
I've seen articles and stuff where people have done it, and the kind of viney kind of plants like cucumbers or some of the smaller melons and stuff you can do that way. So, because I miss it.
I'm just grabbing that link and I'm trying to keep it from making noise while I'm doing it.
What I can't wait for is wow, is there ever going to be people speaking up and speaking out this year? I think this year is going to be monumental for that. I think there's going to be tons of rallies.
The first thing we have to do is to teach people to turn their TV off and go to where they get true information, because they're being so programmed on the TV to what's going on, and it's pretty much all lies. I mean, it's just like the Constitution. The Constitution is not for the people. It is for the government, how the government is supposed to run. It's a guideline for the government, is it not? Am I not correct?
Oh, yeah, I agree with you.
Right.
You know, and
it's on them, not us.
Exactly. And everybody thinks the Constitution is for us. Well, in a way, it is for us, but it is a guideline to how the government is supposed to operate. But we know the government is a corporation, and that's why Obama does not need a birth certificate, does not need to be born on this land. The same thing with Cruz, because they're a president of a corporation. And what we're seeing right now is we're looking at a hostile takeover. And a hostile takeover is when a corporation, people that want to take it over, will run it into the ground and then take it over. What's happening with the corporation of the United States right now? It's being run into the ground.
Yep.
And that's the thing that has to come out, and I spoke earlier why Trump isn't, but Steve gave a good explanation of why. I mean, you don't pull all your Trump cards out at once. But that's what we have to, education, true education, not the education we had gotten in school, because most of the education we got in school was a complete lie.
Right.
You know, it's just like George Washington. Everybody thinks George Washington was our first president. No, he was our 9th president, and I'd have to go back and find the other 8. But he was our 9th president. He wasn't our first.
Right. Well, and just like Christopher, you know, my boy, we sat and watched a true documentary on Christopher Columbus. And my boy went to school that weekend. I'll be doggone if the assignment wasn't about Christopher Columbus. So, of course, they're making him out to be this great man, and they don't teach the whole truth. And my son wanted to make sure that he let them know he knew the whole truth. And he was so upset when he came home from school that they called him a liar, that they didn't want to talk about the bad.
Well,
that made him very upset.
Shannon, it's just like Thanksgiving. A dinner with the Indians. Well, we might have had dinner with the Indians, but we probably ate them.
Right.
It was a massacre.
We probably stole everything they had, right?
So all these things are coming out, and the Minion know what's that this stuff's starting to come out, and they have to try to stop it or push their plan faster in order to hold control. I see them losing control with all these false flags and all these things going on. They're losing control, and that's so right. They have to fear us. We should not be in fear of them.
Correct. But they're doing, and their doggone is to try to make us fear them by locking up the protesters and by locking up our journalists.
Exactly. You're innocent until proven guilty. You're not guilty till proven innocent. And people need to stand up and say, let those guys out of those bars, because they don't have to be in there. They need to be tried in front of their peers. And with the programming going on TV and radio, how do you find a peer?
Correct. They really aren't of your peers. If you really sit and listen to how they picture and stuff, they aren't really your peers.
Not at all. I mean, it's just like where I was working. Well, I still am, I guess. But, I was trying to educate people. I wasn't overpowering. I just bring up a few little things to catch their interest. And the owner of the real estate store where I work said, I don't want you talking politics anymore. Well, I guess I spoke once too much, and he gave me 2 weeks off, threw me in jail for 2 weeks because trying to educate people, because I know it's coming down, and it's coming soon. And if people aren't ready, and very few people are ready, what's going to happen then?
No telling. Exactly. And to be honest with you, I really don't think we got a very small number of people who are awake that would really do something. We got a small number of people who are actually awake, but then we have a huge number of people who aren't going to wake up until that grid goes down or the internet shut down, because they're too busy in their phones. They're too busy playing Candy Crush. They're too busy, watching Dancing with the Stars. They don't care what's going on. It's not in their backyard. And I've had a lot of arguments with people. I'm just trying to get a reporter, somebody that don't live but maybe an hour away from where the Red River, Texas thing is getting ready to go down. And I said, we need a reporter. Oh, well, that ain't my land. That ain't my problem. I don't want no part of that. It's like, well, what? Is it going to take them to do it to your land? By then, it's too late. Ain't nobody going to stand up for you if you don't stand up for others. So it's too many people feel that way. It's not my problem because it's not in my backyard.
Yep. Oh, I agree. And then what you guys were saying about television and stuff earlier, that just came. I mean, that's a constant topic that I cover, because it's like you'll see the same people, and it'll be the people that were against the Black Lives Matter movement are behind what happened in Oregon, but the people that are against what happened in Oregon are behind the Black Lives Matter movement. And it's like, wait a minute, guys, you're letting the media tell you what's going on, and you're picking out of it the parts that you want to believe and throwing away the parts you don't want to believe. A lot of people do that with news just like they do the Bible,
Correct. And just watching our chat rooms, even yours, Watchmen, just watching the ignorance that goes on and the nastiness that these people bring into these chat rooms.
Yep. And we're trying to work on that. Yesterday, we had a wonderful lady donate the money so that we could get a script for a chat script, and it's a great chat script. I got it up, I got it running, it was going real smooth, real well. And then my internet host provider, or not my internet host provider, but my website host provider, shut my site down because they said it was, it was a high load on the CPU. So now I'm in the hunt for a web host provider that won't do that to me.
Last night I found an interesting way that I'm going to implement more often. I found a really good way to clear all the bullshitters and the liberals out of my chat room. It was like one of the most awesome self-cleaning, because I go through it now and again and unfriend people unless they're like somebody I went to high school with or something. Those kind of people are bandmates, ex or current. But I posted this last night, and it was amazing how many people defriended me because I think I called them out. And I'm going to read my post. And since we're now on Studio A and B on 14 FM micro broadcasting stations, I'm going to go bleep when I use words or use initials. So this is what I posted. We tried to read this a couple of times earlier today, but I guess I write strange, especially when I'm pissed off writing. So just to get to it, I said, this is a disgusting world we live in. My grammar sucks, but whatever. Several people I know and have worked with are now in jail in solitary confinement, and a friend of mine was murdered a few weeks back. And the remembrance and rage that was never released appalls me. I mean, the rage and released, like as if it had happened to say the Ferguson situation. Well, nay, nay, nay. Nay, nay, they said. Well, that was a white guy and his friends didn't burn down a portion of a bleep city. And now it's becoming like that crappy Chinese-made, tattered, uncared for flags that we saw flying up and down our streets by 11/11. If you know what that means, but still forgotten fast. I am ashamed of my countrymen and my friends and my neighbors for not even trying to care about what was going on, with the exception of a very select few. Hell, at this point, this is not even about truth or communities. It's 100% about reality of the way it really is, even just for that everyday American Joe. All you actually have to do is wake up and get the hell out of bed instead of just waking up and bleeding for breakfast. Hold on, I gotta fix something. Of course. Anyway. Where was I at? Bleeding for breakfast. So you effing dotards, we live in a police state. If you do not comply, you just might die. And it's not just that. And most of the so-called, and I'm going to say this with a giant chunk of salt, journalists are just doing this crap for shock value, promotion, and hits, and not for anything else. And all of you should be freaking ashamed of yourself for not taking a stand for your rights, other people's rights, and our rights as human beings, and your country, no matter what country you live in. People say that the police is coming. The police state is coming. Well, F you. The police state is quite clearly already here. And it's going to get worse. And this pisses you off at me? Well, you're part of the MFing problem. Move to Canada. I do my work. Do yours. Stop being a crying wussy that bitches about how bad you're being treated by the system or how much largesse you're not getting from your government. Get the frick off of your MF and ass and do something about it, or F you. And I signed it, anyone in America that even cares. So there you go. That was my post. It was amazing. I got 90 something defriends. It was one of the best clearing sessions I've ever done.
Well, I'm giving it a like. How's that?
Well, thank you very much. My wife goes, "You always got to be so vulgar." Well, sometimes you got to piss people off to get them to wake up. But, as I always say, waking up isn't enough. You got to get out of bed.
And that's the crazy thing I've noticed with this agenda that's being carried out. They only want certain people to be passionate about, about their stance on things. Everybody else, if they speak out of tone or out of volume, well, they're a radical. They're, a potential domestic terrorist. Have you noticed that?
Right.
Yeah, I noticed that. Absolutely, everybody that is paying any attention notices that. But it's amazing how many are not. It's kind of scary that if anything's going to happen, it's going to have to happen pretty soon, because anybody that cares seems to be over 40, and we're all getting a little crippy. After years of being chemtrailed and force-fed crap food and all that stuff, it's like I was saying earlier, the revolution is not going to be held in the winter because it's too damn cold.
I love that crippy. I think I've done been cripped, man.
Yeah, I'm 51. I was out working on my strawberry boxes, and I was like taking a concrete block and pounding the dirt back in because there was like 9,000 tons of snow on my barn, and my greenhouse is like right off one of the eaves of the barn. It was like 900 pounds of snow came off of that barn, all in one big slide. I mean, it was it was kind of funny to look at, but it really messed up my damn greenhouse, because you had 2.5 foot of snow sitting on top of the barn, and it all came down at once. And that greenhouse was filled up with 12 feet of snow. It was almost to the top with snow because I didn't have the plastic on there. And I'm like, oh my God. So we went out there and started working on the greenhouse today. And, I had to cut a bunch of plastic back, and it broke a couple of my berry boxes, which I'm going to have to go get some wood and reset all that. So, it's just, for us people out there, they're just trying to take care of ourselves and be a little more self-reliant. It's never less than a pain in the butt. Area code 352. Who dat? Where you at? You're on the air.
Hey, Hawk. What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing. I sprained the hell out of my wrist today, and I'm really cranky because it hurts like hell.
Ibuprofen. But anyway, yeah, I'll call in and give you a thumbs up for what you wrote, and also, say that we've been screwed up for 230 years now.
And it ain't going to be fixed fast.
Nope. So people forget history, and even like the whiskey tax, that George Washington actually put out on the people, and they got pissed, and that's when the tar and feathering and all those things happened. The 13,000 militia that he had to collect the tax. So the real patriots were the ones that were fighting against those taxes. So we really, in my opinion, never got away from Britain.
No, in a lot of way, we just copied it. We copied certain aspects. You know, it's like they took the British ways of making money off the people through tyranny and then tried to combine it with Plato's Republic. Although there's a lot of good things that can be taken, that if you just do the Constitution and stick with the Constitution, it's a good way to do it. But, you know, the bad thing is, you know, real republics really don't last very long. Because as soon as people realize under the Republican system or the Republic system, that as soon as people realize that they can vote themselves largest from the government, i.e. welfare, etc., you know, like Rome, you know, the whole battle is lost, and probably the war. So that's why, you know, you had, I think it may have been Thomas Paine, maybe it wasn't, but, you know, it's like every other generation needs to have a revolution, is what he said. I don't remember which guy said that, so.
Yeah, I think it might have been, I think it was. But, yeah, I think you're right, and that's the problem is we never did anything to straighten it out back then, so it just continued to grow. The machine grew and grew, and now we're like Rome/Nazi Germany. I mean, it's, you know, when did people are going to wake up and realize that?
Yeah, you know, and it's and the danger gets worse every day, and I keep hoping. I you know, the way I see it is, you know, okay, so we got everything that's happened for 200 years, but, you know, it just seemed like 9/11 happened, and then we had several years where a lot of people didn't really catch on to any of that. And then Loose Change came out, and then people started actually paying attention and doing research. And then we had a few other things happen, Ruby Ridge, Kansas City bombings, which I don't believe 90% of any of that crap that they say actually happened. I don't believe much of that. You know, the Kansas City bombings is kind of where I started going. There isn't really, this ain't right. But anyway, and then, you know, you go into 2000, you go to 9/11 and all that, and then all that started coming out, Ruby Ridge, all that started coming out, you know, and I started paying, and then I started doing, just sitting here, brain buried. This is way before the radio station. I don't have as much time to brain bury every day, but looking at all this stuff, I got more and more attuned to what was actually going on. And then going back and digging to real history and seeing that, you know, when the colonies separated and we got apart, the British banks were funding the colonies even after we broke away from England. And that has a lot to do with why of the Civil War. Because the Civil War never really had anything to do with slaves. And Abraham Lincoln himself said, I wouldn't have released the slaves if I didn't have to. So, you know, go look at your history. It was all about controlling banks. So, you know, that's why one of the reasons I fly the Tennessee battle flag. I don't fly the Confederate flag. I fly a Tennessee battle flag. You know, I'm getting my head of myself, and I just did 200 years of history in 18 seconds. So, you know, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's it. We were a confederacy. And even like, okay, I live in Florida, but I live in, my house is not in the state of Florida technically, because it's not state land. It's private land. So really, technically, I shouldn't have to pay property taxes, nor should I have to pay income taxes, you know, payroll taxes, in other words, on my labor. But most people don't even realize, because the state land, their laws apply in those lands. So it's all, if you go back and look how that happened, and you're right of what you're saying. So yeah, the banks, you know, they've been in control of this ever since we broke away from them. Exactly. So we've never really, we were only free for a minute, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Only free for a minute. And, And I've always been a little confused about a couple of things, you know, in D.C. When you look at the Dome in the Capitol building, it's almost like they took Washington and tried to repeat the hand of God with Adam and God in Italy. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, actually, it's interesting.
You know, which kind of peels back to the Masons. You know, Thomas Jefferson, you know, he had slaves. Yeah, it all gets so confusing, and so, you know, you can bury yourself in that rabbit hole all day long, and they want you to put that self in your rabbit hole. You know, we have a host here that said to me one time, he said, well, yeah, they're going to build rabbit holes for you to get into, and all they need you to do is buy furniture and go live there. And, you know, and that is quite honestly the fact. And history really never changes. It just repeats itself over and over and over again. And, you know, the velocity of society at this point is way faster than it used to be, because the velocity of society is completely dependent on communications. You know, something, you know, 200 years ago, something happened in Germany. Well, let's just say something bad happened in Germany. Like, let's just say Germany burned down. I'm just going to make something up. And nobody in America is going to know about that until somebody comes over on a sailing ship and tells them, which could take months. Weeks, if not months. But now it's freaking immediate. You know, everybody knows this stuff immediately. So, you know, so that has increased the velocity of change in our culture and society because of that communicational speed. Does that make sense to anybody?
It does.
All right, so you're going to look at, like, you know, Rome took quite a bit of time to fall apart. You know, Rome itself worked well, and our own government is built on Rome and Plato's Republic. It's a little bit of both. And that was all working in that way, and when those cultures were set up, they fell apart after a specific, you know, after a period of time. Rome specifically, because it tried to push too far out, fight too many wars on too many fronts, and then most of its population was living on largesse from the government, and they had to keep pushing out for more resources in order to continue to provide bread and circuses for its own people that were basically on its own welfare system at the time. But we are quite honestly looking at that happening in America right now.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. That's why I said we're like Rome in so many ways, and look what we're doing all over the world. Our armies are everywhere. We have people everywhere. We're stretching our resources. Look at the debt that we're in. Look at the state of the world. You know how much the dry index and all that. Nothing's really moving. Everything's slowed down. Gas prices are going down. All these things, you know, you start looking at it, it's like, wow, man. You know, I woke up and when I woke up years ago after 9/11 or right around that time, I was like confused, man. I'm like, man, all this overload of information. I went into it deep, you know, and then I came out of it kind of depressed, and then I got angry. So now I'm at the point where, all right, I'm pissed. Enough is enough. This whole thing with Lavoie, and I'm not going to forget that ever. I'm never going to let that go.
Yeah, I can't let it go. You know, I mean, we had Lavoie on here every night for a short time, but I would usually talk to him for at least an hour. It was very traumatic for me. So sometimes I get a little mentally, all right, I got somebody in there I can hear him breathing and making a bunch of noise. I'm not sure who it is, but anyway, it's making it rough to do. Anyway, so, we just keep looking at all this, and this is just turning into, as you say, as I said, and you agreed, this is Rome all over again, because we're pushing, our own military is pushing into all kinds of fronts. Only an idiot fights a war on more than one front. And we're fighting wars on every front we can send a missile into right now. With a military that has been completely deballed.
Yeah, you could say that again.
Yeah. So, and they're getting rid of the human element very quickly in the military because they're using drones and robotics and all this kind of stuff in which you have nobody in control. That's dangerous incredibly upon itself, to just have, military units out in the field in which there is no moral or human control of. It's kind of looking, you go back. I remember a movie back in the 80s made a pretty good impression on me. It was called War Games. It was kind of a cheesy movie, but the message of the message itself was pretty clear. They were giving over the entire missile control system over to a robot. Well, the robot went into a gaming mode, and you can all go look it up. Yeah, just go watch the movie. It made a big impression on me when I was a kid. Or not a kid, but I was a kid, yeah, to me, 20, 19, something like that. But, we really got to decide as each and every individual person at this point, before this gets worse and before this tears us all apart, we need to start to get together as a huge group of just human beings. I've been trying to do this for years, and it is extremely complicated to get anybody to cooperate or collaborate for that matter. We got the radio station. I have built 14 websites trying to garner some kind of collaboration. They all fail. Nobody wants to collaborate. I just did it again. I put together Operation American Spring.us. I started the Fifth Column Live. That failed before I could even get it off the ground because people started, trying to jack the site. But it is really important that if we don't do it now, I'm telling you right now, man, if we don't start as human beings, start right the hell now and start moving at not a little bit of a pace, but a very fast pace. This is a completely lost war. And you might as well just dig you a hole in the ground, get in it, and just stay the hell there. Because if you don't get on this is lost.
Sorry, I said I can't agree with you more.
Exactly. Hi, Terry.
Morning. I'm sorry, guys. I just got up from a nap.
Well, you need your rest.
But yeah, Hawk, I've been spewing it all morning. I was totally ticked off this morning.
I could tell you told Mona to hush up for a minute.
I get tired of pacifists.
Yeah, rainbows and butterflies are really nice, but it's not going to change the outcome of what's really going down.
All right, we're still spinning new callers. Area code 253. Area code 253. You're on the air. Who that? Where you at? We also got 352 with us and 618 with us.
Hello.
Go ahead. You're on the air. Who that? Where you at?
Yeah. I'm in Bremerton, Washington. I just tuned in to listen to your your live show this morning. I've listened a couple times. It's a really good show. I just wanted to basically just say thank you. Thank you very much for what you're doing. I'm going to turn this off real quick. Okay.
All right.
Echo. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, and I just want to pray for all you guys, man, out there, all you guys and all you gals that are standing up for our Constitution and what it really means, and not what it was changed to be. And so I pray, Lord, give strength to all of our American people that are in this and standing for our rights and for our children's rights. And I pray that we all come into agreement and somehow we stand together for what is our only hope, the American Constitution in America. And I say in Jesus' name, in Yeshua's name, hallelujah, amen. Thanks, guys.
Well, thank you very much for calling in and for supporting what we're trying to do.
Yep, if you want to check out my movies, go to the director website there on the chat. I do movies on the Book of Enoch.
Thank you very much, sir. Give us the link, please. Did I lose everybody?
Nope, we're here. I'm here.
All right, go ahead. He hung up.
Hey, Hawk, is anything happening in Florida that you know about?
Not that I know about it the second, but go to OperationAmericanSpring.us. I have a national setup in there that you can go look at.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah, and if anybody knows of anything going on that isn't posted in there, then get it posted in there. That way everybody can get their information shared out.
Yeah, it's frustrating because I don't see much happening, like I expected. I expected a lot more people to stand up and start speaking out, and it's disappointing that it hasn't happened yet.
I was very disappointed, and especially, what really disappointed me the most is when people should have stood up because of the killing of a little boy, the wrongful killing of a little boy. That's when people should have stood up the hardest, but everybody tucked tail and ran when it was actually time to stand up.
Yeah, they're good at scaring people, though. That's what the whole thing was. Is what they did to him was like, okay, we'll show you what we did. So if you try to do anything, this is what's going to happen to you. But if we have enough numbers, that's what it is, power in numbers. That's where I've been trying to wake people up. Every chance I get, I try and try and try. But it's like they don't want to know. It's too hard for them to grasp reality, I guess.
Nice to wake up, but you gotta get out of bed to do something.
Yep, that's right. You can't just sit idle.
Right.
Yeah, it was kind of like, it was kind of, I kind of coined that up because
Yes, you did.
everybody was, I always hear these people talking about how they're awake, but usually I see people that say they're awake, but they're generally bleeding for breakfast in bed.
That's why I was asking if there was anybody knew anything about Florida, but I will check that out because I'll go out and video it and I'll be there.
Definitely. And and I'll be, all you need is a smartphone and a Skype app and be connected to me right here at the YouTube call-in channel. And, we're going to put you live. We're going to be doing four-corner screen kind of stuff all day long from all over the country as long as I can get people out there. And So, you know, go do your bit. Go do your bit and help us out here. Because people need to see they're not alone.
Right, and if you get something started, go ahead and get it posted on there and get others joining you. It only takes one to get others to join.
Yeah, that's true. I've been trying to talk to my neighbors, and trying to get them to wake up and maybe, because we're my neighbors, we have to kind of look out for each other. But they don't want to hear about what happened. They didn't even know. It's like they're not paying attention. They're watching Miley Cyrus or something.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a skill. I'm pretty good at the skill. I've gotten a lot of local people that listen to us because I'm just, maybe it's just my personality or whatever. I go to the grocery store and they ask how I feel or whatever, and I'll get a conversation started up, and then they want a card. They want to come see the station. They want to come hear about the stuff. And there's a little bit of a skill to this in order to get people to wake up. And you can't get people, you don't wake people up with a sledgehammer. You just put them out cold. And a lot of people try to use the sledgehammer technique to wake everybody up. And if you do that, they're just going to go, oh, wow, okay. Are you off your meds?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, look at it like Planet D.
Right, exactly. All right, guys, give me about a second. I'm going to, it's been 3 days since I've called Deb. I'm going to see if she's got any updates. So give me a second. Let's see if she answers.
I've always tried to.
Hey, Wally.
Okay.
Did you hear me? Hold on, please. Hey, Deb, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey, this is Nighthawk. We're in the middle of a roundtable, but it's been a few days, and I thought we would go ahead and give you a call and see if you got some updates and how you're feeling.
I'm feeling pretty good. We're just getting ready for Pete's hearing tomorrow, his appeal hearing on his pretrial release. So we've been busy working on that, and it's coming up tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, that's good. So, I'll be calling you tomorrow afternoon. You know that. To find out what the hell's going on. So, I've been setting up all this stuff because we have the March 5th. It's all over the country and it's really picking up some steam. I just figured I'd get in with you and talk about that. I'm going to try Mo later and get her in. We're just doing a big round table about all this corruption and government BS and all that kind of stuff right now. There are several other on the calls that I've told to shut up so we can get the update. With you. They're all friends, but we're just trying to go from there. So, we had this court case, or the arraignment that happened the other day, and of course everybody thought the arraignment meant they were going to start cutting people loose, which actually an arraignment is just entering your plea, which, good God, it took a month.
That's right. Yes. The wheels of justice here in Portland are turning very slowly, and everyone did put in their pleas, and it was all, of course, they all pled not guilty. But, there were a couple of things that happened that were a little tense, as we talked about on your show the other day. But there really is, when you look at the court system, you hope for the best. When you're going in, you're hoping that the person sitting on the bench, calling all the shots, is a even-keeled, neutral person who hasn't looked at the case and already made up their mind about the case. But she went specifically out of her way to say that these men were all innocent until proven guilty. and that they were all assumed innocent, every single one of them. And so something caused her to do that. She was very adamant about that. She wanted people to understand that. So she must have heard something about, the fairness of the courts here, and they don't want that. They don't want that out there. They don't want people to start getting that idea across the country. This is a huge case. A lot of eyes are on this, not even in the United States, but around the world. So she's got a very, very heavy responsibility. So all we can do is hope that she understands that the eyes of the world are on her, and that she stays neutral, and that she doesn't look at the case beforehand and make a decision before she ever sits on the bench. Because, quite honestly, a lot of people have felt that with some of these judges and their pretrial release hearings, they were feeling already that the judges, before they even heard the evidence, had already made up their minds about some of these guys.
Well, yeah, definitely. And we saw that after that arraignment, I was looking where the prosecution had filed some kind of complaint that Eamon and his lawyers were trying the case on the courthouse steps. That kind of shows you the mentality going on here with the prosecution.
Well, what he actually did was he filed a motion, and I called it a whining. He was whining that Mr. Arnold, who is Ammon Bundy's attorney, was getting too much media attention, that he was on the news too much, that he was in the newspapers too much, that he was giving too much time to the press and too many statements. And his accusation is that Mr. Arnold is trying to dilute, or not just dilute, but actually make the jury pool unusable here in Portland, Oregon.
Well, would that not
he feels,
would that not be the best idea? So that they have to force change of venue into Nevada or Idaho?
I don't even think that has been brought up as even a possibility. I just think that the media is interested in this story. This is a very liberal-leaning county here and city, Portland. So, people have already made up their minds about the Bundy family, the Bundy family and what happened at Malheur, because of what the liberal media has put out here. I don't think there's a conservative media in Portland or this area.
Yeah,
everybody is liberal here.
Yeah, it appears so. Come on. We've known that Washington and Oregon is like, wow, man. Anyway, for a long time, right? Not to be flippant. Not to be flippant, I'm just, a lot of these people up in that area, Northern California, Oregon, Washington, tend to be a liberal anyway, and most of them aren't paying any attention at all.
A lot of them aren't, but people who would be chosen for a jury probably sure are, and that's the problem. See, he doesn't want what he considers his pure jury pool to be tainted by a view from the other side. That's what he's complaining about here. That he literally wants the judge to stop Ammon Bundy's attorney from talking to the media.
Right, exactly. Well, here's the question. This is federal court, right? That's not state court at all. It's just federal court?
That's right.
All right. So, actually, there is a good aspect to this from a legal standpoint. Not that we want anybody to sit in jail any longer than they have to, but if and I'm saying this just kind of from kind of my own like brain, if it gets tainted so bad, they're going to have to look for a change of venue into another state. And if they have to do a change of venue into a state, a completely different state that has a bond and bail system, that would be a good thing, I think.
Well, I really don't see them doing that. I don't see that happening here. I really, truly don't. And I think this is all, this is just smoke and mirrors. He's setting up, the prosecution, of course, is setting up, just how they're going to act for the rest of the trial. In my opinion, I think that's how they're going to act for the rest of the trial. They're going to try to stop anybody from having an opposite opinion of the United States government, just like they did in Harney County. Whatever it takes to stop the opposite opinion and the real story from getting out to the public.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, we knew this was coming anyway, and I saw that I think it was Lisa Bundy went up to try to get their property and equipment back, from the Harney County Resource Center, and they wouldn't let her go in and do that. And they allowed some of them to go on there. I've not seen any video from that yet, but I mean, does anybody really think they're going to go in there and get anything? Because the feds have been in there for 2 weeks, completely capable of setting up whatever the hell they want anybody to see anyway. So, the crime scene has already been destroyed, and it's not a crime, and it's not.
That was a big issue during the arraignment. It was a huge issue, one that's going to be brought up quite a bit. I think that's going to be a real stickler for the prosecution, because the defense is already complaining that they had no access, and not only that, but there's also an issue the defense brought up about discovery. The prosecution has not given any discovery to the defense teams, and the judge had to actually order them to do it. And they wanted to drag their feet, and she said, "No, you will not drag your feet. You will get these people some of your discovery. What are the cases? What kind of case are you building about these? Against these people? So there were quite a few things that were brought up during the arraignment, and pretty interesting to see how this is going. And the government is definitely wanting to drag its feet. It wanted the judge to actually say that they were going to give the United States government a year before they had to try this case. And the judge said no to that too, but with a warning saying that anytime anybody files a motion, the clock stops. And that's on either side. And this is a massive case, and they're going to try it all at the same time. They're going to try them all together. So it's a massive case. And you can count on a lot of delays. And
hold on. Yeah, no, I'm here. Hold on. Actually, Sergeant Mo wanted to join in, and I missed her call somehow. So, so hold on for the ringing to end. Oh, I'm sorry. It was. I guess I was wrong. Anyway, never mind. Go ahead, Deb. Sorry.
That's okay. So I think that we're going to be looking here at a very long trial. There's a lot to go through, and a lot of different aspects to this that not even I know about. That I've been surprised just about at every hearing so far myself. So being there as media, we weren't privy to a lot of the stuff that's being that is being brought out in court. So there's been a couple of things that have raised my eyebrow so far.
Right, yeah, it just it's all in the looking glass, curiouser and curiouser. So anyway, tomorrow Pete has it's an appeal, or what exactly is it?
That's right. It's an appeal on the decision of the last judge, Judge Mossman, his decision to hold Pete until trial. And as we've already learned, that could be a long, long time from now. And so it is to appeal that decision and try to get him released for pretrial, on a pretrial release. And of course, if that happens, we fully expect that he will be extradited to Nevada at that time. So.
Right, exactly. That's what I kind of figured. And, and they have all these conditions I've been looking at. I was looking at an article where Pete was basically offering to be, I'm not even sure if this is true, that Pete was actually offering to be, 1980 Ford in order to get out of jail. Mm-hmm. And, I don't know if there's any truth to that or not. Can you verify that?
I can. We have offered, just like everyone who is released, to cooperate with the courts to get that release, to get that done, because it's really hard to fight for your rights when you have none already.
Well, yeah, like that, like they say, presumption of interest. You are presumed innocent. Well, then why am I in shackles?
Exactly. So, there have been a lot of, all of the attorneys offer, offer conditions for release. They all do, including Ammon Bundy. I mean, when he went for his pretrial release hearing, he was willing to give up some of his privacy also. So these guys, everybody has to remember that they are on the inside. They're disconnected with everything that's happening on the outside. It's hard for them to help with their case. And, these are just things that were offered up as to how far and how willing, Pete would be to go to gain a little liberty, to gain some of his liberty back. When you're in a situation like this, you really have no other choice, and so you either choose to cooperate or you don't.
Yeah, definitely. Well, listen, Deb, I have, and everybody that's on this roundtable are friends. Don't worry, there's no trolls calling in. I'm not taking any troll calls. Are you willing to take any questions from the people in the roundtable?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so we're going to go very cleanly around this. Unless I say your name, don't just start bleeding, okay, folks? All right, so Terry, you're first. Do you have a question?
No, I just want to tell Deb we're behind her.
All right, Wally.
Thank you, Terry.
All right, Wally, do you have a question?
No, but I'd like to thank Deb also for what you're doing. I enjoy listening to you, and keep up the good work, and you're in my prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Wally. Thank you.
All right, Mike from Watchman News, do you have a question? It seemed that you had one. Just go ahead and ask it. I'll answer the rest of it later.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to tell Deb that myself and Jen and our mods, we love you and Pete very much, and we're behind you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
There was something that was brought up in the media, and my mind tends to pick out little important bits of things, and I felt this was of utmost importance, and it was about the explosives that were there. And I remember watching the live stream of when they ran across those explosives, and they live streamed it. But it seemed like, from what the mainstream media was saying, that they were going to maybe try and pin that on them too.
I had heard little bits and pieces about that. It was common knowledge to the press, anybody who was down there interviewing these guys, that there were explosives and down in the refuge. We had never heard of, and I don't believe anybody else heard of, or that anybody had ever planned to use explosives. I think that's just, quite honestly, I think that's just the media trying to create a story where there is none. There was never any evidence that.
Yeah, and actually, if you go
was
back,
never even brought up.
and actually, if you go back on our videos when we were doing interviews with Damon, and then we had an interview which YouTube blocked, and I had to go repost it, where Eamon was talking with the FBI, and he said, "Well, there are explosives here. We have no intention of using them, but we separated them and put them out of the way." So,
right, that's what I remember.
Right. You know what, Mike, honestly, I really do believe that, that's just the media trying to create a sensational story when there is none there. If the government were to try to prove something like that or accuse them of something like that, I think they'd have a hard way to go. I really do.
Good. Because the other charges, they seem kind of flimsy to me. So, I was just more concerned with charges like that,
Yeah, all of the charges that I have looked at are basically the felony version of getting in the way of an ambulance when it is driving down the road. Literally, the difference between the felony federal charges and the state, you get a ticket charge. The wording is damn near the same. It's just, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've looked at a lot of cases and talked to quite a few people. And when you look at these kinds of things, there was a protest in Blanding, Utah, in 2013, 2014, just a week or so after the Bundy Ranch, where they rode their ATVs on a road that the BLM had shut off. It was called the Recapture Canyon, and the commissioner of the county headed up the protest, and they had permission by the BLM, but at one point they said that these guys crossed the line over into public lands that they didn't have permission to go on. So they charged all these guys. I mean, there was 5 of them. They charged with conspiracy, the exact same charge. And one of the charges, one of the guys had all charges dropped. His case was dismissed. 2 of them were acquitted, and 2 of them were found guilty of conspiracy to impede government from doing their job, whatever that is. So the 2 guys who were found guilty, one of them was the county commissioner. He received 10 days in jail and 3 years probation, and he's still the county commissioner. So, we have to put this into perspective. And, when you look at the guidelines for this kind of thing, if a person is found guilty and they don't have any kind of criminal background or anything like that, it usually is probation that they get. It usually is. So we'll see what the government does with that and how they're going to get around that. But and of course, they did talk in the arraignment, and they did say that they were expecting more charges to be filed. So.
Well, if they do this, and this as well as I do, Deb, if they do this and they convict these guys of anything, it sets a precedent in which they have to go back to Ferguson, go back to Connecticut, go back to all these places, and start arresting people and putting them in jail over protesting, which is kind of freaking scary. Even though they were, we all saw that go on over the summer, and of last year,
Sure.
you know, it's still kind of it's still a little frightening because you know that's a
You know,
president.
A lot of people don't.
Go ahead.
A lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know that Pete was in Baltimore for 3 weeks during the riot.
Yeah,
He
we
was
were.
there.
Yeah, we were following that, and we were following Ferguson, and we were following all of that. Anybody paying any attention has been following it.
Sure. And so during that 3 weeks in Baltimore, it was 100 times worse than Burns, Oregon. I mean, as far as the threat of violence, the police state was just unbelievable. It was breathtaking. That's the only way I can put it. I mean, I actually I wasn't pepper sprayed directly, but it was being sprayed around me, and I got it on my face and in my eyes. We had to, we wore a helmet one night. There were 5 helicopters flying around with gunners out the doors. The National Guard was there. They were rolling tanks down the middle of the street with death's head symbols on the sides of them. I mean, it was just an amazing show of military force against American people. And I don't care what color your skin is, or what anybody thinks. To be in the middle of something like that is, I mean, I can't even explain the feeling that you get. When you hear helicopters flying over your head and they're on loudspeakers saying, "This is the United States government. You will now disperse," and riot police everywhere. I mean, it was just an amazing time. And we saw lots of organizations come and stand with the people there and march and shut down traffic. And we followed one march with Malik Shabazz downtown. Thousands of people shut down the traffic and shut down the state. They actually stopped the Brewers game, not the Brewers. What's their team? The Oriole game that day. They stopped the game that day, because of what was happening outside, right outside on the streets. And, it just amazes me that the United States government will come after some guys who occupied, a refuge, and accuse them of all kinds of things, and not one person was ever accused in Baltimore, and they knew who caused that day.
Here right now. So anyway, yeah. So anyway, Deb, go ahead and continue, please.
Okay, so that's just basically it. I mean, they are really using things that Pete said in the capacity of a talk show host as a journalist against him to not only detain him, but and keep him from getting a pretrial release. But, also I have a feeling that's going to be a whole lot of their case, is things that he said, not things that he did. Because everybody knows who was watching, and there were millions of people who were, that Pete never carried a weapon. He never, he never agreed with the takeover of Malheur. But you know what? He was sympathetic to the message. And he was sympathetic to the people of Burns and Harney County. I was just going over...
Deb,
saying
stuff is not legal. There is nothing wrong with saying stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I can say whatever the hell I want. Okay, go ahead.
Their whole thing is, did what Pete say support Ammon Bundy's effort to keep the Fish and Wildlife game from going to work? That's basically it, And they know that he wasn't carrying a weapon, but he's lumped into that whole thing,
Well, yeah,
and a lot of people are, I think.
And yet they, not to say that everybody shouldn't be cut free now, but Pete's sitting in jail And we've seen other people being cut loose, so what the hell? But, you know, I mean, still, saying something is not illegal. I could get on the air. I'm not going to do it, apparently, because it's illegal now, and say a whole bunch of stuff with a whole bunch of, like, expletives, but whatever. So now it's illegal, and you could go to jail for saying things.
Right.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
I want to listen before we move on, and we move on to the other corruption. Since we're talking about corruption, let's talk about what Pete uncovered. Okay, while he was there, what he spoke about on the air. This is what he got. This is what he uncovered, and this is what he got in trouble for. The people of Burns, Oregon, and surrounding Harney County were threatened that if any person were to solicit the help of law enforcement to investigate wrongdoing by the federal government and their employees, they might face, as many already had, and these are just some of the things that were uncovered and things that we learned while we were there, that they might face loss of their jobs, be fired, loss of wages, be fired, loss of business, be boycotted by government employees, loss of community standing. They would be ostracized in their community if they said anything about what was happening in Harney County and Burns, Oregon. Loss of grazing rights permits. Once open range would suddenly just be fenced off. Loss of affordable grazing fees. Grazing fees just would become higher and impossible to pay. These are things that the BLM was telling the citizens of Hardin County. Okay? Loss of burn permits. That would mean that they wouldn't be allowed to burn the brush so new grass could grow. And they wouldn't be allowed to set back fires to save grazing land and or their homes. Many homes have burnt down because of fires where people haven't been allowed to set a backfire to stop it. Loss of livestock. That means that they were threatened that their livestock could be taken or slaughtered or even starved to death. Loss of property. And that means their physical property would either be stolen, burned, and destroyed. Loss of family and liberty. They would be incarcerated. Loss of business, which means they would lose their permit to run a business in town. And you wouldn't believe how many people were afraid of that. If you guys were watching the stream, as you know, right? Loss of government subsidy. That means anybody who was on welfare was afraid to speak out because they had been threatened that they would lose their welfare checks, their food stamps, so on and so forth. They were harassed by local, county, state, and federal law enforcement, the Bureau of Land Management, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, and their employees, not only their employees, but relatives of their employees. And then, of course, there's always that fear of loss of life, which was proven to happen because of Lavoy Finicum. So these are the complaints, and these are the things that were being uncovered just in Harney County that didn't have anything to do too much with what was going on up at the refuge. These were everyday folks who were under this oppression by the United States government. The local officials were protecting the interest of the United States government because the United States government was protecting their interests. It was the ultimate good old boys club. And people who lived in Harney County and the people who lived in Burns, Oregon had no right to redress of grievance. None. Absolutely none, because they would lose everything. I don't know how many times we heard people say that. If we say anything, we'll lose everything. We'll lose our business. We'll lose our father. They'll do something, where they'll put somebody in jail. They'll put my husband in jail, or they'll put me in jail, and we'll no longer be able to run our business or run our ranch. I mean, these are stories that we heard hundreds of every single day there, And so what's happened now that Pete can't be out there? What's being stopped from being exposed is his findings of corruption on all levels of government in Harney County and Burns, Oregon, the wrongful death of Lavoy Finicum, the wrongful charges brought against the Maha refuge occupiers, the wrongful arrest and charges against Clive and Bundy, the near fatal attempt by the FBI to create another Waco, Ruby Ridge-style siege on the last remaining fort at the Maha refuge, and the ongoing unconstitutional occupation by federal government and her agencies on public lands in the United States of America. Those are the things that Pete can't report on, and they've effectively shut him up.
Well, I concur. I witnessed some of that, so that's all I had to say to that, because I think she said it perfectly.
Hi, Mo. This is Tom from Florida. Hey, Hawk, I got to run, so I'm going to let you guys go, but my prayers are with you guys.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Bye, Mom.
Love you guys.
All right, next in the line, Shannon, do you have something to say?
Yes, I would. Actually, I would like to ask Deb if she has heard anything or knows anything about Sean, Sandy, and David. If she's heard anything about what's going on with them.
Okay, the best person to ask those things would be Staff Sergeant Mo. She is doing a great job keeping up with everybody and knowing what their status is. So we'll just let her answer that because I'm sure she has a lot more information than I do.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Mo. Hey, Mo, you're on the line.
I am. I'm back. Well, I've got a letter from Sean. He appreciated. I had sent him up the day that they gave the order for Sandy's release. They didn't physically release her yet, but they gave the order. I sent him a pink slip letting him know the good news, and he wrote right back to me and sent me a nice letter. He's doing pretty good. It was the best thing. He had a moment to enjoy to receive that pink slip, so it made his day. They're doing all right in there. They remind everybody, that they love the letters. Thank you for the letters. He also reiterates, be careful what you're saying, of course, because everything is read. But they love the encouragement and support that they're getting. There's a lot of good letters that are prayerful, encouraging, and there's a lot of funny letters, too, that they're enjoying, they're getting a kick out of. And his spirits are much, much higher than I think some of us witnessed during the roller coaster of the live stream for the remaining 4. And then Sandy herself, she's home. We've sent messages, but she's mainly talked with Barbara Berg. She's had some moments here and there and adapting, not just back at home, but adapting without her husband by her side and knowing that she can't communicate with him. But that's improving. Her spirits are still lifting. She's now able to witness all the things they've missed that have been going on while they were incarcerated, or even when they were the 4 remaining, because they weren't online as often as one would think, studying and researching, as far as one could tell. But there was a lot they missed that was going on online for support, and the Patriot community standing up and coming at many different avenues of approach to come help our brothers and sisters. And now she's able to witness that herself, and she's overwhelmed with the love and support.
Oh, nice. Is she allowed to talk about it at all, or is she under a gag order?
Not a gag order, but she is advised by her attorney to think very carefully about anything she would say. She's advised to not spend a time making statements on social media, as they all are. Even inside, they can still get a recording here or there out, but there's a lot of strong advisory that anything and everything could and can be held against you. So they're choosing their words very carefully, even though it seems innocent. And Deb has given me this lecture many times because I still speak, but everything I say can be held against me. And what they do, it's not that I'm doing or saying anything wrong, nor would they, because they're preaching the same message. It's simply that it's what we're witnessing in court, so to each his own risk. It's simply that they're twisting it or taking it out of context. Any one sentence, maybe they'll even reduce it to a partial sentence if we're so careful. They'll do anything to try and hem us up. They're certainly not prosecuting, as is the code of conduct for prosecutors. They're not providing good evidence and giving a good case as prosecutors for a fair trial, which they have standards to uphold to that, and from what I can tell, they're not upholding it.
Wow. Well, thank you for the update. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that was wanting to hear, but, making sure that their spirits are up. And it's nice to hear Sandy got to go home. Hopefully the other two are not behind. I also read that Jeff had went home.
What, just when who went home?
That Jeff was also released.
On his way shortly. He's not physically home yet, but he was released late last week. So we are expecting him to go home tomorrow, but I do not know the details and what's been planned out with family and friends on that one. But I did get to talk to him. He called me one night, but that was before he knew he was getting released.
Oh, wow. Well, it's good that two's out, so maybe the other two will get out, and then all the rest of them can be released, because this is just a nightmare at this point.
Yes, it is a nightmare. That's why I think everybody's trying to be careful, but still exercise their First Amendment rights. And it's just, it's a card game, a dangerous one.
It is.
Well, it was good talking to you. Thanks for the question. That's I'm really always happy to share good news too every once in a while, and they are sounding better here and there. Some of them are. Some of the ones in the outer states, they're not getting as good a treatment though. FYI, and Michelle Fiore just saw some of them yesterday. That was specifically Jason Bloomberg and Wesley Kajar, and they're miserable. And the reports that they're giving are not good. I'm almost excited to have them over at Portland, because we've had good reports come out of the Portland prison, Pete Santilli himself, citing that they're being treated well, and we've had a standing ovation on that.
And Ammon Bundy also has reported good treatment. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
That's good. Has anybody know about Clavin? Is he being treated well, or do we know?
Well, he was,
Yes, he
certainly
is.
when he was there. Yeah. He will be moved to Nevada, though. So, but yes, he has been treated well.
Good. Well, it's good to know that they're being treated well. I
think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to note that we all thought that they had charges against Cliven Bundy here in Oregon, but they did not. There are no charges against Cliven Bundy in the state of Oregon.
They had to get him off the ranch.
Right.
They had to get him off the ranch to pick him up. That's my whole. Ugh.
Well, I mean, he didn't have to leave the ranch. He did leave on his own acquaintances, but I think the situation he felt was, was his duty to appear. That and his sons are in prison. But so there's, all kinds of things that play into that. But he most certainly has currently no indictments for anything to do with the refuge in Oregon.
No, they're all based from the Bundy stand. I mean, that's the whole thing, and that was 2 years ago.
Right, and I think it's I know he visited, but I think I remember vaguely in the beginning that there were rumors, so I can't confirm this. I've never asked the family that he wasn't so sure this was a good idea at one point. So maybe they're just not jumping on it right now, because he hasn't made a whole lot of comments, or call to action. Not too many. Well, he's made some, actually, coming to think of it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Any one of us can go to jail.
Oh yeah. And if we're not on the list, there's something wrong with us. So.
Well, they're making up their own rules as they're going along.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they are making up their rules as they go along. It's definitely not meeting due process or the standards of any law that we recognize.
Well, now with the new law since 9/11, can't they just consider them terrorists and just throw them in Guantanamo Bay? No trial, no date for anything. I mean, that's what I've been reading.
Yeah.
That they can do to Americans now.
Yes, that's in the Patriot Act. It's called the NDAA, and a good place to go on the internet to find out about the NDAA is Panda. Yeah, People Against the NDAA, and that's a great place to go and learn about the information, because they actually can at any time take any American that they accuse of being a terrorist, and without any warrant, without any notice, take them, and actually there's a possibility that you will never hear from them for a long time. They have no rights anymore. They have nothing. And the government has the power through the Patriot Act to do that. And that was courtesy of George W. Bush.
Right, and that's a very scary
course,
act. Go ahead.
Yeah, every president has the right to, and they do on a regular basis. They do go ahead and renew that part of the Patriot Act.
So in the way the news media, kept calling them terrorists, armed terrorists.
Yes.
That's
right.
If that's really a scary thing, and to know that they're not getting bail, they're having to sit in there. Who's to say that ain't going to happen to them? And that's why everybody needs to stand up and make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, there's been a few pushes in the past since the Patriot Act came into effect to get rid of that clause in the Patriot Act, and there's been a few who've tried. That would be Rand Paul, I believe, Ted Cruz, a couple of others have tried. They've even filibustered on this issue, and always have compromised in the end and went along with it and allowed it to stand.
Right? Isn't that why Judge Napolitano ended up losing his job? It's because he was speaking out against it.
There's a lot of reasons Napolitano lost his job, but yeah, that would be one of them. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes it very scary, and that's one thing they are going to use against us is the fear, and that's why having locked up is very fearful for media. It is. It's extremely fearful. I wouldn't be telling the truth if I didn't say that. I know lots of people who, I don't know if you would call it fear, but there's a lot of high anxiety. For a lot of people. Yeah, right now.
Yeah, even if whether you actually are experiencing fear or not, you certainly, depending on how close to this you are, you're certainly experiencing the anxiety. Certainly that.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah, you're certainly aware of what's going on around you. That's for sure.
Yeah, that we're just, that speaking the truth is putting us at risk. We're very aware of that. So, but we still do.
Right, and more people need to not be so fearful because, if we stand up in the millions, they can't stop us all. But to see people only stand up in a handfuls is very sad. I watched right after the Super Bowl, they had like 1 million people show up for the after Super Bowl party or parade. We can't even get a percentage of that to show up for their rights, and that's really a very saddening thing for America.
That's a horrible perspective. That's absolute truth.
That's a great point, though. It's a great point.
Mm-hmm. It is absolutely a great point. It's the perspective of where things stand now. For entertainment purposes, people are flocking. For our country, minimal amounts of people are speaking and arriving peacefully in regards. And then when I have not yet met anybody asking for, in our, I would say, persons who uphold the Constitution and love America. I would say those persons, I've not seen them calling for an action that was aggressive and violent. And yet people just stay home and behind the keyboards, and even the good people that agree with it and support it and cheerlead from behind the keyboard still stay behind the keyboard. Some people, I get it, you know, you're disabled, things like that. But I'm disabled, but not so much so that I can't get around a little bit. So, you know, I mean, if there's any ability, you have to consider getting up that keyboard and joining your brothers and sisters and standing to raise your voices with peaceful intent, but to raise those voices to be heard, to redress those grievances in many different ways.
Like the president, we have pens and paper and phones too.
That's right, we sure do. We sure do. And we have to complete the job. There's a lot of petitions that often get started and then they don't go where they need to go. We need to be more educated and complete missions. When you start a petition, it must go where it's intended to go, especially when you exhaust thousands and thousands of signatures. You get those, and then sometimes the user, the administrator of that petition doesn't know what to do next. We need to teach each other. We need to educate each other how we finalize these processes. There's so many still available to us, and some of the reason why I don't think people thought of this, why we're not being heard, is because we're not finishing the job. Because, you know, we're not as organized as we'd like to think. So let's get organized. When you sit behind the keyboard and do your own thing, instead of coordinating and choreographing, you're going to lose sight of the goal and you're not going to complete the job.
Right, and we all need to be on one goal and work on one goal, because what I noticed too is the movement is so spread out. You have so many different people fighting for so many different reasons. And what needs to happen is everybody needs to get together for one major goal and then work out from there. Because you get the one major goal done, and then those smaller goals would be just fall right into place.
I agree, and I think a little closer to understanding what that goal needs to be. And it's very dangerous for me, still a National Guard soldier, to speak on that, but I bet you Dad can.
Yeah, you know, that's the one thing that the left has done very well. And, you know, you have to give them kudos for it. And they've progressed out of the angry, you know, lash out stage. And they've learned a couple of things that you know, we could learn. And that is that, you know, the government doesn't like to be sued. And you see the environmentalists and you know, those types of people, they've learned how to sue the government. They've learned how to build big organizations that have a loud voice, and they know how to do that, you know. And unfortunately, the conservative side of things, the more conservative people, are exactly that. They love their government. They love their law enforcement. They believe in their government, and they're just getting to the point where there's like they're recognizing that something is wrong here, you know. And so it's in its infancy stages, you know. During the civil rights movement, I would urge everyone to kind of go back and study that and see everything that they had to go through to get to the point where the government actually pays attention to them and you know, doesn't push back on them as hard anymore, you know. And not only that, but go back and look at some of the things that the American Indians have had to go through during our lifetime. And they're getting to the point now where the government actually entertains them and listens to them. So how we get to that point, I mean, it's you know, it's organization. We have to learn how to be take a lesson from the people who have already been there. And Mo's absolutely right. We have to learn how to organize when issues come up, We have to learn how to organize that in a peaceful manner and an efficient manner, so that we can be heard and we can get things done. Because without that, it's just not going to happen.
Correct. Getting people to get off their phones or to use their phones in a proper manner.
Yes, that and education. Educate ourselves very easily by quick Google researches on how to complete these processes with the resources still available to us online. So if you want to sit behind a keyboard, there's a lot of legal activity that you can be doing, not just be the signer of the petition, but the creator and sender, and learn how to complete that job, how to completely complete that. And it's not just petitions, just keep using that as an example, but there's so many other legal activities we can be conducting en masse. We just have to be educated to complete it correctly. And then there's things like watching and holding our current court system, the federal court system, accountable. I'm working on that right now. I'm educating myself as I am promoting and encouraging others to do so, posting the education I'm uncovering. And I find that it's valuable information I'm finding today, because everything I saw in court, everything I knew ethically in every bone of my body was correct. There is codes for this. They have broken code, and everything I witnessed, I am now seeing it in words, black and white, for code of conduct for the federal judges. Amazing. It's so easy. I did a Google search. I finally had some time and forced myself to sit down and do that. I say others should too.
Correct. Everybody should get themselves acquainted with the law and with what, the organization. What are you passionate about, and get it done. But like I said, I think we have so many different projects that we all really need to stand together for the one project and then work out. We have people who are against the government, people who are against BML, people who are against the chemtrails, people who are against. So everybody really needs to come together for one thing, because actually the one big thing is our government, and everybody needs to stand together. All the other things will fall into place from there.
You said it. There it is.
Yep, exactly.
We need to get them in check, and everybody just needs to stand up, and like you said, write letters, give phone calls, finish the projects that they start.
I just believe
we really. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Terry.
I was just going to say that we need to rally and get over the divide and conquer that they seem to keep going in the propaganda that keeps being washed at us, and stand together and become organized.
Can I add to that? Because that brings a valuable point up, a concern I've been mulling over so long now. We have to, we being this movement that I write in support of, the individual, we have to get over our own prejudices. Right. I'm not saying we're racist, but I am saying that the division that was caused was working. If it was working, that means people really did develop certain prejudices with misinfo and misunderstanding. Now, I understand they really believe certain things. If it's real, it's not really prejudice, right? Here's the thing, it's not all real.
Right.
It's not all real.
That's right. It's absolutely right.
Hey, Watchman, do you got anything else to add to this? Or any other questions to ask? Did we lose Watchman? Oh, well, I guess we lost him. But what all is going on in Portland that you can maybe talk about? Are there any rallies? Are there any protests? Are there anything going on that people should know about that?
Okay, so March 5th is going to be a Lavoy Finicum rally where patriots are there in support of the patriot prisoners, political prisoners, patriot political prisoners. I always like to call them the P3 now for short. But in support of them, as well as Lavoy Finicum in remembrance, and further educating with nothing but peaceful intent, very strictly nothing but peaceful intent, to include online. It is being encouraged to behave online and not engage with the opposition who attempt to incite and not incite them back. The reason why is because that wouldn't be in the spirit of Lavoy Finicum. And this is run by the Finicum family. It started with them, and other states are taking up the
Yeah,
cause.
Nevada at the Capitol, and San Antonio in Texas are also doing that March 5th for Lavoy.
Hawaii.
Hawaii, yeah,
Many
Hawaii.
states.
Yep.
Many states are, and the state of Washington and Olympia. And so there is, some of the states are expecting counter protesters, especially in Portland. And they've reserved a different site or permit in front of the federal courthouse. And then the others are at a different location at the city hall. So they don't need to engage, and that's great. So everything can remain peaceful. It's certainly encouraged to stay that way, in remembrance of Lavoy and in his spirit.
And don't forget, folks, we're collecting all this data and information. I just put a post for on OperationAmericanSpring.us with the Facebook groups for every state in the United States. So, go to your state and get in there and get involved, or shut up.
That's another thing with Lavoys are planning to continue this the 5th of every month, no matter what day it is, so that the rallies will continue for sure. And then any additional rallies are always encouraged, as well as I am setting up and working on identifying the host, and then I'll give you a date. But in the month of May, I'm expecting that would be the time frame. It will be a Saturday in May, I hope anyway. So it's very tentative. You don't have to take note now. It'll spread. Trust me, it'll spread. The Finicums are going to teach me how to spread that in many different ways. I'm with them on that. And it'll be a gala event for the P3. It's called the P3 Gala event. And we're getting a lot of offers. So I'm just going to have to travel and go see them, come up with a date for you guys. And I'm working on all the legalities and coordinating the vendors.
Well, Mo, or what do you want me to call you? Mo or Marine or?
Everybody just Mo. Mo's fine.
All right. Anyway, so what actually is the gala?
It's going to be Bollywood style, but kind of fancy. But comfortable still.
All right. So is it a Patriot Cotillion?
It is raise funds, massive amounts of funds, we're hoping, through silent auctions and other gimmicks that will be provided there, to also provide everybody the education I was speaking of, other petitions, very formal petitions that the Finicums, the Bundys, and everybody have amassed, to continue those, but mainly to raise the funds and to have speakers, constitutional sheriffs, constitutional educators, and some entertainment with those that are patriotic and, Paige Jordan and things like that. So I have a lot of actual entertainment offers, too, that they would like to come play. Just tell them the date as soon as possible, and they'll make it happen.
Very nice. You are one busy lady.
Just a little. Just a little. I might miss some court dates because of it, though, unfortunately. We need other people to go to the court date, witness, and report on them when I'm missing them. We need a rotation of independent media sources and citizens journalists to get in there, as well as I've always encouraged and will continue to do so, any state representatives. If the people would pressure their representatives, as soon as they're out of session, some of them are in session, but as soon as they're out of session, they need to get their little behinds over to that courthouse and hold that courthouse accountable, because sometimes just the presence of certain people conduct is being missed. And let's hope the judiciary process will be absolutely with due process. So that's my hope. I don't want it. I don't want this any worse for them than it already is. So I'm not asking the federal court system court system to continue with corrupt behavior. I'm asking for it to correct itself now.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, and I've been watching you very intently over this entire process, and I have to be honest. Of everybody that's been involved in this, you are the most dedicated. Not trying to puff up your ego or anything, but, you know, I have seen a lot of people do their thing, but you're doing this for the real reasons. And that's why I've contacted you and bring you into these things, because of all the people that are actually involved, not the people that are uninvolved or the people that are just talking stuff, but you are right there all the time, and that's kind of why we want to keep you in the fold here, because you're really walking the walk. You know, because we see so many people walking the walk. They're talking the talk, but they're not walking the walk. You know what I'm saying?
And, you know, I think I learned that from two very special people, and that's Deb Jordan and Pete Santilli. Whenever there's an injustice, it's not just sitting behind your keyboard or on your show. They are out there in order to get the right facts.
Well, right. Well, you know what? You know, let's be fair. There's been many of us that have been out there. We just don't get the recognition or whatever. I'm not going to say who or where or who or what, but, you know, there's been a lot of people working hard, you know, but, Pete and Deb have been, you know, they're the forerunning channel to do this. And that's not a discussion for right now. But anyway, you know, there are a lot of us out here working our asses off. So
yeah, I'm not alone. I know that, and neither are Pete and Deb. We're not alone. Great to have even more though. But yeah, no, there's no ego here for certain. There's no ego. It's all heart. It's because there's injustices going on, and it started with the ranchers, and now it's continuing with men and women that stood for them.
Right, exactly. We were down there at the Bundy Ranch, and all of that video, YouTube decided they didn't want to carry our video anymore. The first time I did it, we were down there, but it just gets weirder every day, and I just hope that we can move forward and use, Operation American Spring is actually based on Operation Arab Spring. They tried to do it once. I'm trying to do it the second time. Because they used social media to its own detriment. So that's what we really need to focus on doing right now, in my opinion.
Well, I do want to say, I understand what Mo is talking about, and I'm telling you that she didn't mean any offense. What she's saying is that, she was on the ground with us there in Burns, and so and that's where and that's where that remark came from. It wasn't that there wasn't other people on the ground in Burns, but she spent most of her time with us, and we supported one another, and I think that's what she's saying here. Not that we were anything special or that we did anything special, but
all right, well,
there was a lot of work that went into it, and obviously Pete is he's he put a lot on the line there.
All right. I guess maybe somebody misunderstood me. The point I'm trying to make is we're all working our asses off, and it's really important. What I was trying to say, it's really important that we're all working our asses off, and that we all, the whole point I'm trying to make is that all of this alternative media all fighting against each other is stupid as hell. Because, so we need to stop doing that. Deb, you're doing an amazing job. Sergeant Mo, you're doing an amazing job. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be calling you. You know, that was the point I was trying to make.
So are you. You're doing a great job, too, and your point is very valid. There are others. I was just giving special credit to two people that I find special for me that took the time to provide me additional education, and where I thought my eyes were pretty wide open, they gave me a larger scope to look at and look through and learn so much more through them. And that was due to the additional time they allowed me to spend with them. I took to them, they took to me, and they supported me as I support them.
I would like to throw in, ladies, that, you know, Hawk has been working really hard at trying to get live stream reporters. And the only people that seem to agree to do it are ladies. And the men are like, oh, no, I'm no part of that. So is there any kind of encouraging words that y'all can give to people to get out there and live stream and to get the word out and not to be fearful of live streaming? Because that's the one problem we're having is finding people that are willing to live stream, are willing to do that.
A couple of points with that. Safety in numbers. Definitely coordinate with one another, network, and let's make that happen. Let's come out and do our journalistic work together. One, you are already in the right when your intent is absolutely pure and peaceful. So you are already in the right, so there is nothing to fear. But if we cower and show fear, that is when they will take advantage of you. But if you come confidently on the word of the Constitution, and you do not waver in that and start attacking one another, when you come with pure intent, it's going to be fine. Still fine. It's going to be fine. Some that have pure intent are, yes, they're facing dire consequences. I get that. But they didn't have, I'll tell you this, they didn't have enough support. Not enough.
Well, you know, I think here's the point she was trying to make. The only people I can get to go live stream are women. All the dudes go, oh, hell no. I mean, really? What the hell happened to our country? Is there just too much BPA? Have we turned into the Twig and Berry? You know, just, you know, it irritates the crap out of me when the only people that will go out and live stream are the women. Now, that's fine. That's fine that the women will go out and live stream. I have no problem with women going out and doing the live stream. But, you know, I have not had one. I've had 1 in 30 people willing to go to all these March 5th things. 1 in 30 interested in going out. The rest of them are like, hell no. So, you know, what the hell? When?
I don't know that I can answer.
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer. What the hell happened to everybody's balls? When did?
I know.
It's hilarious.
You know, either Hillary Clinton has them or Michelle Obama. That's my answer.
Well, you know, these are scary times, and people are unsure of what's happening here, and what has happened as a result of Maher is just it's scary. It's frightening for everyone. But you know, I have seen that myself, and there was a statement made by someone. I won't say who it is, but somebody pretty prominent said, you know, well, I guess it's going to be up to the women now, you know, because they seem to be, they had the same, they were noticing the same thing that you were noticing, Nighthawk, that it was women that were going out and actually the ones standing strong in this whole thing.
Yeah, stand by 1 minute. You know, I had a caller came in. I would love to have answered the caller, but he did not turn off his background noise. If you want to be on the call, you need to turn off all your streams. Otherwise, it comes over the call. All right, stand by. Area code 530. Area code 530. You need to turn off all your background noise or I'm going to hang up on you again.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm turning off my background noise.
All right.
I just wanted to hurry up. Okay.
All right, area
I've
code
been
5.
hearing-
No, you just stop. I'll talk to you, and I'll talk, you talk. That's how this works. Area code 530, You're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? And what do you have to say?
Okay, I've been listening to what you guys have been saying, and all I'm trying to say is shouts out to peanut butter. My homie Angie sponsored.
What?
What? Yeah. What?
A bit of a troll.
All right, anyway, 7 monkeys. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Trolls, your number will get spread. We'll share it. You'll get trolled back.
All right, so anyway,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think
go
think
ahead.
the point. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nighthawk. I'm so sorry for speaking over you.
Oh, you're
but
fine. You're
I think the
fine.
point-
You're fine. I was just things got a little weird there for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think as time goes on and they get into the meat of the trial, and people get a little bit more sure of themselves and say, okay, this is it. Everything's well underway. I think a lot more people will. I think a lot more people will, be speaking on the subject and willing to go to a little more extent, to be there and to support. Right now, people are unsure, including myself. I mean, it's I've never seen anything like this in before. So it's kind of new territory, I think, for everyone, and everyone's just testing the waters. So I think we should be patient with the Patriot community and let this all settle. And I do believe that people will. I think that people will come around. I really do when things aren't so hectic and we get a little better organized. I agree with everyone when they say that that's the main thing that needs to happen here, and that is to put together a solid, organized group that everyone can rally behind and feel safe in. So, and that means all of the extra background noise and all the clutter and all of the anger subsides, and we get into the meat of this trial, and we have a little clearer picture about what's happening and what's going on. I think right now people are just so unsure. They don't know what's happening, and everything that's coming at them is rumor or opinion, and some of it's just downright slander. So I think as time goes on, people are going to have a little more clear picture of what happened, even though it was being live streamed and even though there was a lot being said about it. People still to this day will say, I don't know exactly what happened. What happened there? I mean, people are curious and they want to know. They just don't know if they want to. They don't know if they want to just jump right into it because of all the misinformation that was put out during the whole thing and all the rumor and innuendo. So hopefully there will come out of this a really good organized group that will keep all of that rumor and innuendo down and just be putting out facts and give the people something solid to grab a hold of and a good place to go to get information and and can get behind and create a movement that actually gets something done instead of just spins its wheels on well, they should have done this and they should have done that, and I think this is what's happening, and I think that's what's happening. You know what I mean? So I believe there's some good people. Nighthawk, you're one of them that is searching for the truth, and
and telling the truth and trying to get a clear understanding to the American people who are interested in this about what's going on. So I think that's what needs to happen here, and it will. I truly believe that in time, that's exactly what will happen.
I agree with Deb on that. It's a process, and we're in the beginning stages of that still. We barely were. There was momentum too. The very same process was taking place from the moment they decided that they would take a hard stand at the refuge, and a process occurred, and then momentum of truth and real education did. For those that were watching, the truth was becoming more assured to them, and more people were coming to see them. More people in the community, the locals that had grievances, were speaking out with their grievances more and more each day, with less fear and interpretation. And it was that same process existed then, and up until the moment they shot Lavoie and attacked those vehicles on their way to John Day for a very peaceful intent. Up until that moment, the momentum was significant and greater at that point than at any time we had seen prior to it. So I think we'll see the same process of a momentum. And I'd also say, watch the prosecution and what they're putting out. If it's just hearsay, conjecture, and it's not even circumstantial at best, you're going to know where to stand. You'll be confident in that. And if you do want to go back and reevaluate all the streams that are still made available to the multiple channels, to include definitely Pete Santilli and others like Mike Emery, if you want to go back and look at those videos, you'll see for yourself the information that was garnered, and look at that versus what the prosecution is saying right now. Look at that. Look to see if you really think what the prosecution today is saying, that they're terrorists, that they were aggressive, that they brandished weapons, that there was conspiracy, and they were all in cahoots, this, that. And look at the videos, and you'll know confidently that already the prosecution's story is just not lining up with the truth. And when you see that, your momentum, your confidence, it will pick up again.
Right. And it's getting the information out there to others for people to stand up with us.
Absolutely.
It just seems like to me that we got every part of media other than alternative media, and sometimes even alternative media, just trying to burn this all down.
Oh, it's yeah, and in a big way.
Yeah, and it's their disinfo. It's their.
Yeah, go ahead. Did I lose the caller? Did I lose Mo?
Oh yeah.
All right, go ahead.
It's a lot of that in our own independent media circles of like minds. It's mostly produced by vindictiveness. I've noticed where there's a problem, a personal character issue, and then character assassination is what's being amassed instead of the truth. Simply just because they had a personal issue, didn't get their way, didn't get the attention they wanted, various different reasons, and it's very immature and disheartening. However, we can take back that narrative because I'm not doing that, and the attention that I'm garnering it's very positive, and it's in large numbers, and I don't attack people. I don't spend my time doing that. I spend my time focusing on the actual truth, even though I'm on the ground, but I still have to do my homework and look at the indictments and share that. I still have to look at law. I still have to understand how these things are going to work legally, because even sitting in court doesn't teach me all that right away. I have to go to court, witness it, take my notes, go back and look at the law. And look at how, if I felt something was unethical, look at how that applies to the codes and laws that do still exist with morality, and then teach. And that's my focus, instead of attacking those with vendettas, those that are attacking me, those that are attacking Deb. Instead of focusing on them, I am focusing on those issues. And if more of us would do that together, we would become a force to be reckoned with the media. And change the narrative. Work on changing the narrative. They're not militants. They're not violent. Work on those issues. You all know that. Even in the alternative media where they're attacking one individual or the other, they're not attacking all of them. They're just attacking the person they don't like. And that's wrong. But you know what? The narrative is still there. The message is still there that they're not militants, that they weren't aggressors, that they weren't amassing an army for a war. And we take back that narrative with that truth. We focus on that and teach the rest of the independent media something and let it spread. It will spread. It's a virus, right?
Right, correct. And I want to say thank you, Deb, because Deb does come over here and she.
Well, that was Sergeant Mo.
I know that was Mo, but I want to thank Deb because she is a part of the Pete Santelli show, which is the other alternative media, and a lot of people want to fight with each other, and she is so kind and not fighting that she actually comes over here, gives daily reports on your show, Hawk, and it's no animosity, there's no jealousy, and that's the way it should be with the alternative media. This bashing each other isn't getting us anywhere, and we all do need to get together, share each other's, just like the Watchman shares us. We share the Watchman when he has something good, and we all need to share together and quit bashing each other, quit fighting within our own little circle.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly, and I'm going to read this again. Yeah, I sent this to Sergeant Mo last night when I was mad typing, and it was completely confused. I can't imagine. I went back and read it, and I go, okay, this looks like the musings of a madman. So I went back and rewrote it.
Can I just say, I had a drink after that one.
But anyway, I went back and fixed it and rewrote it so it made sense. So now I'm going to read it again. Oh, wait, the hijacker is calling in. Oh, my God, really?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it's okay.
God.
All right. Anyway, hijacker, just stand by while I finish reading this, okay?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Just let me finish this up, and I'm going to go read this. Well, shit, now I lost it. Hold on. Okay, here it is. So, I put out a post last night, a mad post. I had to go reorganize it this morning because it was just mad typing. But I said, this is a disgusting world we live in. And I said very clearly, my grammar sucks, and a friend of mine was murdered a few weeks back, and many people I know are now sitting in solitary confinement. The problem is that the remembrance of that rage was never actually released by anyone like it would have been and happened to, say, Ferguson, Missouri, or the Ferguson situation. Nay, 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 I say. Well, it was just a white guy and his friends. They didn't burn down a city and loot anybody. And now it's becoming like those shitty ass piece of crap Chinese flags that were lining the streets up and down of America on 11/11. And yeah, I meant to say that. Not the flags on 9/11, but the flags on 11/11, when they were all those crappy Chinese flags were being tattered and torn. Because the idea and the point was lost fast. I'm ashamed of my countrymen and my friends and my neighbors for not even trying to care or even doing anything, with the exception of a very select few. And you know who you are. Hell, this isn't even about truther communities or truther radio or truther video. It's about 100% reality of the way it really is. Even if you're just the everyday Joe. All you have to actually do is wake the hell up. And you also have to get the hell out of bed. Instead of bleeding for your breakfast in bed. You're a goddamn bunch of freaking dotards, and I'm going to use that here. We live in a police state. If you do not comply, you just might die. And not just that, and almost all of the so-called, and I'm going to say this with a giant chunk, I have this 12-pound chunk of salt chopped right out of the Himalayas. The journalists are just doing this crap for shock value, hits, and nothing else. And you guys should be freaking ashamed of yourselves. Because I see most of these journalists doing nothing else but doing it for hits and fame. You should be standing for the rights of yourself, your people, your rights as human beings, your country, whatever that country is, and wherever you live. People say the police state is coming. Well, frick you. The police state is quite obviously already here. It's here. And it is only going to get worse. And if this pisses you off at me, just defriend me, unsubscribe. You're part of the freaking problem. If this is pissing you off at me, move elsewhere. Move to Canada. Move to Israel. I do my work. I do my job. Do yours. Stop being a crying pussy that bitches about how you're not being treated by the system or how much largesse from the government you are not getting. Take your ass out there and get off your ass and stop complaining at me and the rest of us. And I signed that, not me, but everyone in America that cares. All right, so anyway, we're back. Area code, we just had a call in. Area code, I think 724. You're on the air. Who dat? Who dat? Where you at?
How you doing? It's Reggie Dean from Pennsylvania. How you doing, man?
Well, you just heard how I was doing. The question is how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I think we're in for a fun little roller coaster ride, man. Especially with this election going on, because people are going to be pissed off either way. But in hindsight, have we ever seen establishments, big banks, or any of this kind of talk before? So I mean, it's steps. It might be long steps in the right direction of people waking, but it's so obvious in both camps that it's all rigged. That the people are getting the shit end of the stick, and yeah, dude, it's going to get really interesting. But as far as the police state goes, like, how many people out there in the chat and stuff has a cop pulled you over for, like, you know, not using your turn signal, quote unquote, or registration sticker, and been like, okay, I smell weed, and then they search and they don't find shit. It's like, people, I don't know. The internet's our best enemy, or our best weapon, because it's the funniest thing watching these cops try and find stuff on people that they say they smell something, and then just all your rights are taken away. Right there.
Okay. It is kind of ridiculous. We have looked at this over and over and over again. You know, they'll use kind of weird probable cause. I've been victim of that myself. But although they found out that I was just high on chicken and mashed potatoes.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I had a car parked in my on my property. It was off the road, not on the public street or anything like that. And yeah, they said if it's not moved in 20 days, you got to pay $1,000. And it's like, what? And I told him I was making it into a generator. So I mean, a couple of days of talking to the code enforcer, and he's like, all right, I never heard of this one, but you'll be good. But I mean, most people, they don't question that. So they'll go out and sell something for like $75 to a scrapyard because they're forced, and all this extortion going on. Like, if you don't pay this, you're going to jail, and if you don't comply with that, you get shot. You know what I mean? Once they try to take you in. So something as foolish as that can be a death sentence.
Well, yeah, it never gets. You know, what can I say? You know, maybe the other people in the round table can say something. But, you know, what can I say? But it just does not seem out of the ordinary. We also have the hijacker in the call. What's up, Jacker?
Oh, pretty good, Nighthawk. So now I stopped counting at 30 times for being locked up for religious and political free speech. So I know kind of what Pete's going through, and I know what to do. It's actually pretty simple. So what's happened is that Pete, since he's a journalist, and they really violated probably the highest code of all. Believe it or not, there's a whole lot of people looking at Pete Santilli because he doesn't fall in the same category as the rest. But what Pete has, and the government's they're gonna wake up real soon to what Pete actually has. He has the credibility. So if this is a political war, and it is, it hasn't descended into gunfire, at least not on the Patriots' part. So Pete needs to politicize this. And the real simple way, first off, we need to get him out. That should be the focus, because he's the greatest weapon. Once he gets out as a journalist, that's where the government can use him as far as their credibility and back out of this thing. Pete's the way that the government can back out of this thing. But all Pete has to do with his supporters, one real simple thing. You just make a refrigerator size, in other words, like a 4x3 cardboard sign, real simple, and you put on it free political prisoner and journalist Pete Santilli. And then you take turns, you just go to the Supreme Court every day from 9 to 5. You have somebody there. It only take about a dozen people. They can trade off, and just every day, just hold that sign right before the Supreme Court. And every day, when all the different political people pass, when the congressmen would go by, when diplomats go by, when Russia Today goes by, they see this political prisoner in America before the Supreme Court, and it's like it's in the face of the Supreme Court, and you can put some type of little cutout torch on top, So to let him know every day that Pete's in prison, this person's going to be out before the Supreme Court. And I'm sure that Pete's got at least 10 or 20 people in the D.C. area that'd be willing to do that, to trade up. But look at the propaganda. You don't think RT's going to pick up on that and we're going to talk about that? You don't think the North Koreans are going to want a snapshot of that? See what they do in America? They got political prisoners too. So the Supreme Court's just not going to, they're going to get involved. They're not.
And unfortunately,
Hey, Jacker, you're moving into too many subjects at once. So can you streamline a little bit? It would help.
Right. Well, the main thing is that that's all you need to do is put that before the face of the Supreme Court. It's great publicity for Pete. The government's going to wake up and they're going to say, wait a minute, we'll let this guy go. Then he's going to cover it. And it'll be more of a running story like what you've done, Nighthawk. And so it'll cover the court hearings and Pete will do all that type of thing. And then the government will look for a way to negotiate out of this. And Pete's the perfect tool. So it's all they got to do.
He's going to need a lot of prayer, though. Cause
all right. I think
make it too easy.
I think we still have Deb and Mo online with us. Are you both still here with us?
I am, Stephanie.
Yes.
All right.
Still here.
All right. So what's your response to that?
Well, I
Go ahead,
think
Deb.
any idea is a good idea. And yes, anytime that anyone takes a stand like that, a peaceful stand like that, gets a message out. Signs are great, and they work really great, believe it or not.
All right.
Every
Hey,
person
Deb.
I've ever been to.
All right. For people that don't know the voice, this is Deb talking right now.
Yes.
Hey, Deb.
So, yes. Hi.
I have made it extremely clear. Do not interrupt people when they're talking. So let her respond, and then we will bring you in. Okay.
Right on.
Yes, so we do have people that are listeners in Maryland, not far from the D.C. area. It's always a great idea. We encourage people to not only, this isn't all just about Pete Santelli either. I mean, we encourage people of everywhere to make their signs and go to these places. Make pamphlets, make flyers, pass them out. Take a Saturday, go to Washington D.C. and pass out flyers, and people will come up to you and ask you questions. It's amazing what happens when you're in Washington D.C. People are inquisitive; they want to know, especially if people are out there. And there's tons of people out there doing the same thing. And the reason they do that is because the reason they go to Washington D.C. to hand out their flyers and to set up their little booths and things like that is because it works. There's a tremendous amount of people that go there, and for the most part they're interested. We went to Washington D.C. a couple of times last year and passed out some information and Pete Bullhorn, the White House. It was great. And it's an interesting place to be, and it does work. It does help. So I think that's a great idea, not only for Pete but for all the political prisoners in the state of Oregon right now.
Well, the big thing with Pete, just real quick, the big thing with Pete, you can't use political prisoner and journalist in a sign before the Supreme Court. That's like fire in their mind. That's like a pebble in a paint can. They're not going to get over that. They just cannot put up with that. They got to solve that problem. It's not like protesting or passing out flyers anyplace else. You mix those two things together with one sign every day, day in, day out. Pete will be out pretty quick. I can almost guarantee it. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to agree with Deb, but you do make a valid point in mingling the two key words as the political prisoner and journalist, and that would apply very much so to Pete, and therefore not only would that help Pete tremendously, that idea as among many ideas, but that idea is fantastic, very powerful, but also everybody else that's First Amendment is at stake now. His case is going to set a precedent. So they're either going to continue attacking and picking us all off one by one for speaking out, which we're speaking out with truth, but they don't want us to do that. Or they're either going to continue to get away with it or not, and we stop it now. Now is a great time to do that. If it's feasible, like you said, do that, try that. But yes, Deb is right. The same thing would go great because they are all political prisoners that utilize their free speech and Second Amendment rights. Pete was the voice, the journalist. So yeah, separate signs can be made and people can rotate out. That would be, whether they, rotate out and in with Pete's sign and another sign, or all of their signs. If so many people can go at one time and still, if you get enough people, I would even say do that in front of the Portland courthouse now too. Not by itself, but in addition to.
Yeah, if I could real quick, if we have any Canadian people in the chat or anybody from a different country, join in. I mean, do the same thing there, because if we get international, something like on that'd be 10 times quicker, because you know what I mean? Let's use their weapon against them. But I'm gonna get off here. Everybody take care and God bless, and many prayers, Deb. So please give Pete a hug as soon as he comes out, not just for yourself, but for everyone else too. So take care, guys.
Take care.
Well, thanks much. All right,
So
dead
the big
air.
thing is- Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Jagger. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the big thing is that what you need to do is politicize Pete's plight. Now, what I would do is I would send to a federal appellate court judge a writ of habeas corpus, and of course he's going to kick that out, and then just for legal sake, send a writ of habeas corpus to the Supreme Court, and then have your tag team lined up. And I wouldn't do multiple signs. I would just do one sign, one guy, day in, day out, 5 days a week, when the court's in session. And just let it sit before him every day. Those justices, they take a look at it. But more importantly, it's the whole political class. If you know where the Supreme Court is, it sits right across from Capitol Hill. And so it's a key spot. In fact, it sits across, the FBI is down a block. That's right. It's my old stomping grounds. That's where I was born and raised. But just the one sign, because what you're basically saying to the government is, look, right here, your supreme law of the land, we're letting it be known what you're doing. You got a political prisoner. I wouldn't do a multiple. I would just do Pete. You got a political prisoner and a journalist locked up illegally. And it's just like Chinese water torture. Just drop, drop, drop. I mean, it ain't going to be a week before one of those justices, probably Justice Roberts, is going to say, you know what, that sign's going to go away. I don't know what it's going to take, but get this Santilli guy out of there. And then if the government's smart, as they're releasing Santilli, they basically say, look, Pete, I'm talking about the government. This is what I would do if I was the government. Pete, pull us out of this. We made a mistake. We got open murder on our hand. Use your megaphone, but help us pull out of this situation and diffuse it. Because I can tell you right now, you want to know why there's no guy saying anything right now? It's because basically they're cleaning their guns. There's so many of them that are going to say, you know what, to hell with it. There's no law, no free speech, no more talking, and which is the worst case scenario is when you actually have a patriot that says, you know what, I'm going to make my own statement. And that's when you get into, that's when it goes sideways. And that's what PDP can help the government pull out. Anyways, go ahead.
All right. We do have a caller area code 210. You're on the air. And who dat? Where you at? What you got to say?
Hi there, it's Texas Lady again. I wanted to call and just tell these two women, Deb and Mo, what a wonderful inspiration you are to us out here. You mean the world to us.
Wow. I am deeply touched and humbled. Deb, go ahead. I'm speechless then.
Huh? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm speechless. I'm deeply humbled. It's not. I just want these guys out. And I just want our Americans safe. So. Yeah, and I think that
we're all in the fight, dear. You're not alone. Neither of you are alone.
Yeah, I think Deb has left the call. I think. I said Deb has left the call.
Oh, okay. Well, it's to both, and we're doing what we can in Texas. Okay. One patriot at a time. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
I'll let her know you called in and that you said that. That kind of encouragement is extremely important to her. I'll be sure she hears about it.
Now, Deb. Deb is Pete's sort of right hand man, right? Isn't that his sidekick?
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
She is.
So the reason why Deb Deb left the call is because she knows about the strike point that I just sent in. She knows that's a weapon.
Hijacker. It's more about. It's not all about Pete. There's other gentlemen involved in this too. This is all about our rights.
Right. She recognizes the weapon.
No, ease up. She's really busy all the time, and that's why she left the call.
Yeah,
understood.
So
I
ease up, Jagger.
Appreciate you being there on the ground, boots on the ground. Thank you so much for all the energy, because that energy, it comes across, dear. It is all over. It is all over. And we've got a huge rally in the planning here in San Antonio. And I just want you to know that you guys aren't alone.
Thank you. It's very encouraging. Thank you.
Just stay pumped up.
I'm so proud of all of you that are not just caring, but doing something. That these men and women have given us a great message and, at great expense to their own families and liberties, and that you are responding to that. Thank you. I'm so proud of you. Thank you, Texas. I love you, Texas. My family is in there.
Oh, good. It's good to know. Sometimes we feel alone, but we're not. We're just not. There are people rising up all over, and God bless Lavoy Finicum. And the spark ignited the fire.
That's correct. And as far as the strike points, another gentleman, I'm sorry I didn't catch his name, he came in and mentioned exactly a point I was going to touch on when it comes to bringing one sign. The only thing with that is we're in this together with the other political prisoners and their families on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And I know that once that idea is amassed, which is a great idea, I want to see it, but I do know that to bring only one sign would make them feel dismissed, and that is just not feasible. That the Finicums are still, and the Hammonds. We have Skylar Barbeau in Seattle. Never will I stop bringing up the Hammonds, and never will I stop bringing up Skylar Barbeau.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
this is taking
Can I
center
answer?
stage. Yes,
Yeah,
please. Sorry.
let me just answer that. Well, yeah, I'm not taking away from the other one or the other political prisoners. This is my point: is that Pete is in a class completely by himself. Not only is he a weapon once he gets out, he's the greatest weapon that you would have because he's so good with the mic and he's got such an audience. But he's a journalist, so don't cloud it with the other signs of other people. Just one guy, one sign, one strike point. The Supreme Court. Once Pete's out, yeah, then you can play the other cards. But to focus the energy on that one, get that one weapon free, which is Pete.
Once
And
the
once
idea is
Pete
out,
gets out,
you
go
can't
ahead.
stop.
All right,
them.
everybody hold up. We have a new caller. Area code 724. You're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? What you got to say?
Hey, it's Reggie Bean from Pennsylvania again, and just wanted to give a suggestion. Mo, I don't know when the debates are coming to Oregon, but what if we kind of hijack the microphone to whatever candidate possible, and just, I mean, there's so many freaking protesters that get the camera, you know what I mean? If we just get free journalist Pete Santilli or just plug in a couple words. I mean, heck, if you can get a 20-second soundbite and say, talk away. But the media is all on these candidates right now. So I'm thinking if we can get just a handful of people around the country. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I can answer that. This is Mo. That is occurring. We speak in front of the cameras often, quite often. They do sound bites. They are out there. They're very short, but they're out there. And so did the Sharps when they were there. They did a lot of singing. And the Oregonian
Right.
is actually playing a lot more of the sound bites than most, believe it or not, even though they also write with a narrative that we don't agree with. They're also playing the larger portion of sound bites of some of the things we're speaking to when we come out of the courthouse, to include Michael Arnold, who is speaking quite eloquently and very constitutionally and very educationally in regards to his own client. And and let me tell you, every single one of those defendants have teamed up, and their attorneys are teaming up, and they are using that platform to the best of their ability. That doesn't stop the mainstream media from putting their slants in between the quotes. But the quotes are not completely inaccurate. So it is happening. We just need more patriots to come join us and rally, peacefully rally, and show their support in Portland on the ground daily. If anything, I dream this big dream, you know, and then the signs as well. And as far as DC, I know that you can't stop other family members from also wanting to jump in on that idea. So one sign is just not probable because everybody is in this together and they are all teaming up to include Pete Santilli. Yes, he is an entity of his own for the journalistic side of it, but he's not alone still at the same time because they're accusing him of the same charges. So he's facing the same charges, and they're not going to divide. Thank God. And what I am imagining with the signs at the Supreme Court, or at that level and at the Portland House, is a row of each individual defendant, a row of them with people silently standing there ready to hand out the information and pamphlets, but a row of them with a picture of each person to grasp it nice and silently, because they are imprisoned, political prisoners, each one of them, for each of mostly the same reason. Pete is having one additional reason, and he'll never separate from his brothers and sisters. I'll guarantee you that. He didn't go there for himself. He went there for the Hammonds, and then I watched him go through the process, of very emotional process of deliberation of figuring out whether he should go home and call it good because this was something he wasn't sure was right or not. He was going through the process, and then he decided, no, we can't just let our brothers get massacred here and have another Waco. I stay and I report, period. And that was an extremely difficult process for each of us, Pete being the lead in that, as far as, his integrity and working through the frustration and anger that was created for those of us that didn't understand why this happened, and all we could see is the division it would cause in the Patriot community and all of our work being undone to the detriment of the Patriot community. And that really impacted Pete. And so he stood there, and I know why. He stood there for them. He stood there for you. He said he will never, ever want to be singled out all for himself. It would never, that's just Pete. That's just Pete. And he would never anybody, you know?
Yeah,
he would never have anybody.
He wants everybody to live stream. I mean, if you can live stream, get it out there. You know, you can email Nighthawk, you can email anybody and get it out there and live stream these videos.
Well, this is my point. Let me just make my case one more time.
Hold on a minute. Who's giggling at every point? Someone tell me, who is giggling at every point? Because I'm not here to broadcast giggles.
I think I giggled at something that was on in chat.
All right. Well,
sorry.
All right. Well, one of the numbers were giggling at every point. Anyway.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, there we go. Goodbye. Anyway,
So-
all right, that's gone.
This is my point. The reason why I say get Pete out first. Imagine, you get Pete out first, then Pete goes to the Supreme Court with the pictures of the other defendants. But the reason why Pete is a class by itself is because that one sign of a journalist being a political prisoner, that so terrifies that whole political class in D.C. You have to actually know what I'm talking about to be on Capitol Hill, Supreme Court. That's the journalistic class. That's the political class. They see that sign. That's like a silent weapon of terror, where a journalist next to the words political prisoner, and that affects large groups of people that are going down Constitution Avenue and stopping at the light, seeing that, they're saying, "What? We're starting to do that now?" I mean, it upsets a whole group. That's what you're after. You're after using Pete sort of as a reverse weapon of terror at the Supreme Court to the political class. That's why they'll let him go. Then once Pete gets
I
free.
like the additional idea. I like that additional idea that you just said. I want to emphasize on that. If you do Pete and you do it first, but then when Pete gets to the Supreme Court, then you bring all the other posters. That could be said and emphasized on, and not leave everybody else isolated. That has more probability. I can't answer for everybody, but that's a better idea in itself right there as a whole.
Oh yeah, just the visuals of the Pete getting loose and then him coming back with his army. That's pretty good stuff. That's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I think so too. When you say it that, when you added that to it, that gives me a better understanding of, and then we wouldn't be leaving the rest behind in that aspect. Yeah.
Yeah,
But do you
Pete's not
think
gonna
if
do that
they,
anyway. Yeah.
or do you think if they released Pete that they're going to allow him to be back out there in the media, or do you think they're going to put him under a gag order, kind of like they've done the rest that they've released?
They haven't actually put anybody under a gag order, but the attorneys themselves, the defense attorneys themselves, are asking them to restrict their media time and their words because the government's really truly doing everything they can to hold it against them. And it's just going to file one motion after another, and every motion that they file is going to stop the clock. The 70-day Speedy Trial Act is in effect. However, it has a clause that every time a motion is filed, it stops the clock. So it has a great concern. So they're heeding that word right now, because, they are fighting for their lives and their freedom. So some things, are valuable to them at this time to use their words wisely through the attorney at court. That's not our favorite thing to hear. I get that. We don't want the court system to work like that. That's not fair. It's not justice. I understand that. We understand that. That needs to change, and we need to hold them accountable for not the defense attorneys necessarily, but for those that would purposefully perceive the words incorrectly and then cause frivolous motions unnecessarily without real content, without real evidence, and the prosecution is responsible for that. So if the prosecution abuses that system, that 70-day Speedy Trial Act, filing motions unnecessarily, we should hold them accountable for that. The prosecution actually has a responsibility in their own code of ethics to ensure that defendants, and get this, it is written in black and white, to ensure that the defendants have a fair trial. And by doing so, they are to ensure that their own evidence is true evidence and truth. And I just read it today. It's in black and white. It's also Federal Court Systems Code of Ethics.
Very.
So my question now is, who's going out there? Who's going to organize this? I have a lot on my plate. That's a great idea. So who's going to the Supreme Court? Who's going to D.C.? Who's going to orchestrate that? I can only organize so many functions that I'm already a part of now. Who is going to step up to the plate and be there for Pete and be there for the others when it's time? Who's going to run with that idea?
Pete has a list of names.
Cover the story.
Right. Pete and Deborah, they've got a list of names. Deborah was even thinking about the people in Maryland, which is just across the border. I mean, it's like Maryland's only like a mile from D.C. I mean, it's a small town. But he should have more than enough people. All you're going to need is about maybe 10 to be willing to do 4 hours, like, 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, and then somebody else comes. And so maybe 10 people just change up the sign. And then, of course, I would hit rush hour traffic, so I would do up to 6 and then go home. So very few people. One strike point, Supreme Court, front steps, and one sign. And that's all you need. And with that journalist, with Pete being a journalist, that is going to be a weapon of terror. When people see that sign in front of the Supreme Court, they're at least going to look into it. But in the back of their mind, they're thinking, oh, my God, the Bolsheviks are taking over. Am I going to be next? Will I say the wrong thing? Will I cover the wrong story? And that's the last thing the government needs, is that type of hopelessness where we're locking up political prisoners now openly. That's what I'm saying. Pete's the best thing for the government. The government needs to back out of this. They can't be handing out 5 and 10-year sentences to these guys. They can't be beaten up like some old man Bundy. They're gonna call us. Go ahead.
I want to present something to you. What's already happening on the ground in Portland, Oregon. The mainstream media was gasping at the release hearing when he was denied release due to context of what he had said, and they were gasping behind us. The media, not the Patriots. The media, they are in fear, and we talked to some of them that we have a rapport with offline, off the record, and they are very gravely concerned. They are expressing that concern, still in whispers right now, but that concern is real, and Deb and I have openly discussed it on the air on several occasions, what we witnessed from the mainstream media, and in private conversations we've had with them since, we've all been working as journalists of different types, but they've been working with us. We have a very good rapport with some of the mainstream media that we don't love what they write, but we chip away at that in these private conversations and educate them. And they've been very respectful, at least in quoting us correctly, for sure, and adequately. So we're making a difference little by little. It's getting through to their editors next, getting their editors to understand that they need to stop putting a gag order, so to speak, on their own journalist staff that actually witness these events. The editors are the ones in control in the end of the narrative, and often a reporter that we've been in contact with does a great piece and then has to edit it because they were told to. So there's a lot of compounding factors here, but the mainstream is scared.
Yes, somebody just sent me an article about protesting before the Supreme Court. So obviously the Supreme Court has already seen this weapon. So what they've done now An appellate court has now ruled that you can't protest on the steps or on the bottom of the steps of the Supreme Court, but you got to be on the sidewalk, which is a few feet out, and it's a big sidewalk. It's about 6 foot. I know it well, so that's plenty. And actually, the corner right there of the Supreme Court, where the light's at, that would be even a better spot. So it doesn't have to be right in front of the Supreme Court, but the appellate court has ruled no fireworks like that no more. No more protesters. The visuals were the ultimate in defending the constitutional rights, and to have people protesting right at our doorstep, on our steps, no dice. The visuals are too much. So, but it doesn't make any difference. Just one big sign on the sidewalk in front of the Supreme Court. That'll do it. Anyways, I just saw somebody just shot me the article. Go ahead.
Thanks for your time. I think your information was valuable. I appreciate that.
Well, no, I appreciate you because I know my younger years, I used to be a real heavy, hands-on political activist. All on the front line, different type of protest. I've been punched, kicked by cops, head knocked off doors. So I know that with somebody like you, the kind of energy and stress that you go through, it's thankless and it's very discouraging because you're all alone, usually. And so I just want my hats off to you and I'll let you know I know exactly what you're going through. I'm a hardened. I'm a veteran. I've been through a lot of wars, so I know what you're going through. And just try to keep up the encouragement to yourself that it does have an effect, even though you don't see it. It's in another realm. So, but I'm not going to go into that. But anyways, thanks for what you do. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm actually fortunate enough to see certain things that are encouraging. So I think there have been probably things you've been through that made you feel very alone. But with social media and things today and shows like this, so common now, it's definitely helping keep my encouragement, my energy going. And I appreciate all of you that continue to elevate us and encourage us and lift us in prayer. Thank you all.
Yeah, and thanks to Nighthawk for him to let a fellow competitor like Pete Santilli, because he's got his own deal. I've heard him often. So very gracious of Nighthawk allowing that. And with that, looks like Nighthawk, you got a lawyer online. Go ahead. My partner.
You have reached the confidential voicemail of attorney Andrew Russ. Mr. Russ is unavailable right now, but if you leave your name, number, time you called, and a brief description of why you're calling, he will call you back as soon as possible. For a faster response, you may email Mr. Russ at andrewrusslawllc@gmail.com. Thank you.
So, Deacon, you're on the air. We need 2 writ of habeas corpus, one for the district court and one for the Supreme Court. That'll take you 5 minutes. You're on the air. Go ahead. I guess not. I guess it's a recording. Anyways, okay. Go ahead.
Oh, did we lose everybody here, hijacker?
I was waiting for the recording to ding.
Sorry, I had stepped away. I'm back.
Hell, I'm trying to figure out why Fox News wants to join us.
What?
Bring them in.
I'm friggin' trying.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay.
I thought that was Fox News. Anyway, I'm.
No. I have no connection to Fox News whatsoever. Everybody thought for the last 8 years, people thought I did.
All right. So anyway, you're on air with us. Who that? Where you at? All that. We also have Andrew Russ on with us, and oh my God! Wow, I'm making my dinner and getting ready to go to bed. What the hell? Wow. Also. Anyway, keep going, guys.
Well, let me start off with, I wish to God they didn't take Pete Santilli like they did and put him in jail. He's a journalist. He should not have been touched. He never should have been arrested whatsoever. And it is my hope that our judicial system wakes up and realizes, hey, journalists covering a story don't deserve to go to jail like this.
Well, it's the freedom of speech.
They were sending a message by nabbing Pete.
Yes.
They were sending a message to the masses by nabbing Pete.
Some of the actual evidential facts on behalf of the defense is, well, first I should start. The prosecution submitted an accusation in the release hearing that, and used some of his video in very short context, out of context, with him citing that if somebody knocks down his door at 4 o'clock in the morning, what he would do and how he react to that, especially not knowing who they are. In full context, he fully explains that if he doesn't know who you are and you come to his door at 4 in the morning. And I also want to mention, not only did he fully explain that quite adequately in full context on many shows that have nothing to do with this case, and he hadn't been necessarily hitting on that topic while he was at the refuge. He was hitting on the no-knock warrants issue debate, and he was debating it and discussing why that's dangerous for both law enforcement and himself or anybody within their home. And he said those words in a state where their no-knock warrants are not allowed, and law enforcement, to their own detriment, if they do go through your door and get shot and killed, that the person who had to open fire would not be held accountable. That is in his state. He used those words in his state, and the judge did not even visit issue. Instead, he just said he still has a concern that he'd be at risk, that he'd be a high risk for flight, as well as not society, but specifically to federal government officers, is what he said, even though there was no evidence to support that. So yes, they're making a statement, and they're doing it without evidence, of course.
That's right, Mo.
Well,
to scare other alternative media. To scoot away. To go in their holes. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They want to do their agenda. And, wow, Pete is in the line of fire.
Well, as a journalist myself, I understand that, being in harm's way. I understand the very complexities of being in harm's way. I was a soldier on 9/11.
Wow.
In harm's way. Okay?
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't know if everybody knows my entire status or history, but like Pete, I have served. I've served for 16 years. On paper, I'm still in. They're medically discharging me currently right now. I know my First Amendment rights and my UCMJ regulations, and that I can still speak as long
my
as
Skype keeps acting up. I'm sorry about that, everyone.
But I too am a member of the Army National Guard for the state of Washington, and I've also was I began in 2000, so I was in the barracks when 9/11 hit, and I knew war was coming, and knew I would be overseas soon, and I was immediately.
Well, for me as a journalist and as a veteran, it's important to do whatever we can in order to protect our liberties, our freedoms. Pete Santilli's he's a man of honor. He doesn't deserve this.
Exactly. And it's what's happening is it's the people of honor, the people that uphold the Constitution, the people of morals and ethics, American values that are under a great deal of persecution, no matter their religion, no matter their color, no matter their background. Truly, we're all facing the same oppression as long as we are ethical and of quality and uphold American values. And we're trying to keep the Constitution in its place when truly there are entities within the government organization throughout the branches systemically that are trying to tear it down. And that is the battle. And the battle is, it's evil against good, quite literally.
Yeah.
Agreed, Mo.
Right. Most of the media, is owned by government entities. And so this probably is just their way of scaring off alternative media, because Pete has been such a big example of, what's going on around us. And he has been one that's been out there streaming. And so he's kind of the only reason why some of us even know about what was going on around there. So maybe this is their way to stop alternative media, is to shut it down, because they already own the big media.
Well, I think
Right.
trying to shut it down is the worst. Is not going to happen, because if the government thinks they can shut down alternative media, they're sadly mistaken. Because by shutting down alternative media, they are stripping American citizens of their First Amendment right.
That's
And
what they're
that can
trying
be
to
fought.
do. That's what they're doing.
We
And we have to
as
push
journalists,
back.
gotta
We have to
stop
push
them.
back in numbers.
We have to get louder. We have to get louder, not be silent. not be
Absolutely.
mute. We just have to be
Absolutely.
louder.
In numbers. People have to get up off of their couches and get out. Get involved. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it now. With him in jail for telling the truth about what is really going on, that ought to tell everybody that has any concept of what patriotism is, where things are going wrong, big time, federally speaking. Need to get up, get involved. Period.
Yep, and there are still resources in space that we, the people, have to be educated on, and variable ways of correcting the evil and correcting and pushing back the wrongdoing and correcting our own system and minimizing the bureaucracy and putting back into place a system of government that is American and not un-American. We have rules, and it starts with the Constitution.
Yes. The real Constitution. Not the one that they came up with at a later date. The real Constitution.
So Nighthawk looks like he's passed the thing over to Shannon. Shannon, you may want to go around the table just to see who's left. Go ahead.
Point I was trying to make is we had a new caller in, and everybody that calls in new gets their first shot. So, area code 954, you're on the air. Who dat? Where you at?
Hey, Nighthawk.
Hey, how you doing? And I know I got Deacon on here. Deacon, are you here?
Yes.
All right, there you go. Got that fixed.
Okay, well, this is South Florida calling in, Painful 13. I just been listening for quite some time, and I just wanted to thank everybody that's on the phone, you, Nighthawk, for having this station and a place for like-minded patriots to come and be, and being able to come over from Pete's side and to find a place to be, and my thanks to all the mods here too, and all the people on chat. It's just been incredible. I've been listening for quite some time when it first started to go down, and I've been awake since 1970, so I've fallen asleep a couple times, but basically I was just calling in to give all you props and keep up the great work, and I'm going to do what I can down this way. Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks, Payne.
Thank you.
Hello. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you.
All righty. You too.
God bless you.
Bless you too. Bye.
All right. Do we finally have a Deacon on the line?
Yes.
All right, Deacon, do you got anything you'd like to add? You've been trying to get in for a while.
No, not really. I was just sort of here in case people wanted to ask questions and about the legal stuff. So
Yeah, Deacon.
I'll just.
What about a writ of habeas corpus from Pete to a district appellate, federal district appellate judge? Can he file one there, and then can he actually file one to the Supreme Court and tell everybody what a writ of habeas corpus is? Go ahead.
It's basically, it's in the Constitution. It's a writ that you're basically accusing the government of violating someone's due process rights. Usually it's used when someone's incarcerated. Extraordinary remedy. Courts don't grant it very often. You have to have a very high bar to prove it, and they've actually passed federal legislation modifying federal and federal courts jurisdiction, because what happened is a lot of these federal inmates will get sent to prison for a long time, and they'll sit there as jailhouse lawyers, and they'll get legal books and try to write these habeas corpus things, and it's really hard, specific what you have to show on the face of the pleading, and if you strike out the first time, you're not allowed to file it again. So, but what a court's going to come back and say, well, you've got an ordinary, Pete Santilli has an ordinary, regular due process right. He has an attorney. It's in front of the district court. Denied. The courts are going to protect the system. The judges get hired and paid by the politicians. They are put there by the politicians, and they're not going to rule against the system. So, in my opinion, and I don't mean to disappoint you, and I'm not trying to negate anything anybody's saying. My philosophy is the same as yours. You're not going to get a legal solution to any of this stuff. Okay, at this point,
political, right? Yeah.
Political, or it's going to come out of the barrel of a gun, one of the two. It's not going to come through the court system. I'm not advocating that because I don't want to get arrested. Okay, but what I'm saying is you need to put so much public pressure. See, the problem we have is 99.9% of the people are oblivious. They don't know what's going on. They're watching the Oscars, the basketball game, Steph Curry, all this basketball stuff. They have been programmed and brainwashed to the point where there's nothing left in their brain. And you're the 1% or whatever, 3% who have figured this scheme out, this scam. And the problem is, how do you get it in front of the rest of the people? How do you get everybody so pissed off? That's what Trump's doing, right? Now, Hijacker, here, I'll throw this back to you. They're already planning on screwing Trump. They're saying that if Rubio can't split Trump with the vote to stop him from delegates, that they're going to play some kind of BS at the convention and bring Romney back in. Did you see that?
Yeah, I heard that, Deacon, and the problem is that it would be so obvious. First off, I think that Trump is going to stack up so many Super Tuesdays. I think it's going to be over, Deacon. In fact, John Kasich, your governor of Ohio, who's also running, he's basically come out and said that Donald Trump is going to win every single race on Super Tuesday by his internal polling. So, yeah, they can try the whole Romney thing, but it's just the whole mask is getting ripped off. Everything seems like everything's getting exposed. But so, Deacon, what do you think of the political weapon of one guy on the sidewalk with one large sign basically saying "free political prisoner and journalist and Marine"? Let's spice it up a little bit, scare the Marines, and Marine Pete Santilli. What do you think of that as a political weapon to leverage some influence right there at the Supreme Court, and also to terrorize the D.C. political class? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's going to probably get you faster or better results than going into court. If you go into court, they're going to throw you out because, look, here, Lindsey Williams said this. He just came out with a new DVD. These politicians are minions of the elites. They've written the laws to rip you off and to benefit the elites, their bosses. They don't care about you. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about your First Amendment. They don't give a shit about you at all. The politicians, they laugh at you, okay? How do I know? Because I'm around these people every day and I know how they think and act. They don't give a shit about you. They don't even know what the Constitution is. They'll laugh at you. So what I'm saying to you is I go into court. Okay, I don't practice criminal law anymore, but I do domestic divorces, child custody, probate, stuff where people, your rights, your child rights to your children, rights to not be thrown into a mental institution. And if you make a constitutional argument, they laugh at you. They don't care about that stuff. They're not taught that stuff in law school. And by the way, when they get in positions of authority, they're there to protect their own ass, their paycheck, their pension, their retirement in the system. So you're not going to get it in the court system. I hate to say that. And I can even get in trouble for saying that because I'm not supposed to underline the legal or judicial system. I'm not allowed to do that. So I'm speaking in my First Amendment right as a journalist right now, not as a lawyer. So go ahead.
Right, Deacon. But what they do fear. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I agree with him. My experience is already in the court system between Skylar Barbeau and this, and a lot of attempts have been made judiciously on their behalf from the habeas corpus and common law investigators coming in to make observation. They are being laughed at. The Constitution being the least likely thing that the defense attorney themselves want to even discuss. The biggest one with the biggest balls right now is Michael Arnold, who will discuss it, and look at how they are attacking him for doing so. Not only are they not laughing at him because he does have some respect and he does have the ability to make some change within the corrupt court system, they're attacking him now to silence him from being out in front of the media and educating the people in regards to our constitutional rights on behalf of his defendant. By filing a complaint at the association with the attorneys association. So it's stuff like that will occur when we do these right things. They do either laugh or throw you out or both or attack you if you have the ability to get somewhere with it. So I'm seeing all of that. I've seen that with Skylar Barbeau. And I'm seeing it with all of these guys who have the national stage, where things, when things are taken a little bit more seriously, so much so, the reaction is to cause retribution, which is also illegal.
Well, see here, what this is about is money. They don't give a shit about your constitutional rights. The reason why those guys are in jail is because they want their land, because their land is valuable to pay a debt off or whatever they want to do, mine it for rare earth minerals, and they don't care about people's constitutional due process and private rights. That's gone. They don't care about that. And if they can't get it by buying it from you, then they'll do shit like this. Put agent provocateurs in, whip people up, and then get them to break the law and put them in prison for the rest of their lives. Okay, so that's all this is about is money. And by the way, let me tell you something about lawyers. When the money's gone, they're gone too. So all these lawyers, I'm sure they're great people, and they're fighting hard. But when the money runs out, they're going to be gone like a fart in the wind. Let me tell you.
Mhm. Yeah. Right now they're on the scene because the donations are coming in fairly well as the national attention is good for their business.
That's
so
right.
Hopefully
you got that right. That's it. So I'm not trying to bust your bubble or undermine what you're doing. Everyone's doing the right thing, but I'm just saying those folks that are in jail, they're not getting out. They're going to go to prison.
You're tracking. You're saying the exact same things that I'm witnessing on the ground here in Portland and up in Seattle for Skylar Barbeau. You are tracking. You are telling us the truth. But we have to do public. We also said that is the truth is public pressure, and that's where I said we need to be in numbers working on these things, not just a few of us like myself on the ground and a few of us filing the complaints for the things we're witnessing through the federal court complaint system, which, by the way, that exists. It's very tedious and arduous that I can see so far, but a lot of us. Like a lot. Public pressure in multiple ways, not just one way. There's more than one way to skin a cat, and publicly as well. Media, we need to coordinate, and that's what we were talking about earlier on the show. It is our only way. And that means it requires not just the people in the Patriot movement, but the people who respect and uphold the Constitution to come together and move en masse and make it known. And we, the people, hold them accountable. Because the court system will not hold itself accountable. He is correct. Everything he just said. said is absolutely 100% correct. Therefore, people like me in small numbers will not succeed if we're left to our own devices by ourselves. We need more.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We need more people out there. We need more people's eyes, ears. Even if you can't live stream, videotape it, take pictures. You know, keep it in everybody's. Share it on your Facebooks, share it on your YouTube, share it in your social media.
Yep. And in the court, you can't. They're not even letting you bring your cell phone inside to this particular court case. They're putting them in envelopes and giving us a little tag with numbers, and then we're allowed inside the court. You can't bring any device whatsoever that has any recording capability, whether it be video or audio. No devices can go inside the courtroom. So you have to take really good notes. And then you need to go outside the courthouse immediately, do a little vlog or a live stream and upload and send it. And let the world know, and then get people to come with you to show them and educate them on how to come together and what you can do together to file the complaint, as well as rally, as well as all the other multiple resources still made available, but we have to do it in mass, even if it means phone calls to all our senators and representatives who are right now, they're in session. I'm expecting that as soon as most of them are out of session, that people are going to listen to me and make those phone calls to get the representatives to come to the courthouse with me and sit down and witness these court proceedings. Also, doing so, it holds them accountable when they have people like that inside their courtroom witnessing these events. More powerful than me.
I think also what might be a benefit and help is for a lot of us who are citizen journalists, who have the ability to share the feeds of other broadcasters and working with other broadcasters here on YouTube and other mediums to share that with, you know, to share them, to get the word out in that capacity as well. And I think if we do.
We lost you there. You there, brother?
I lost that caller. Where did he go?
He was in the middle of something.
I know what you're saying, though, if I can carry his coach while he's away, we need to network everything that all our shows, our live streams, audio and video, YouTube, whatever medium we're using, we need to mirror each other and stay on the same page together, and that will help educate a much larger audience than our very individual own. I have my audience, you have yours, Nighthawk, Pete has his, so on and so forth. I do other shows because of that, and then I expect that they get mirrored and shared without prejudice and just shared.
Well, we all just need to do what we do and then get together and do that. I had somebody talking a minute ago, and I just completely lost them. Who was that?
That was me. My Skype connection keeps dropping. I don't know what's going on with it, but it goes up and down constantly, and I do apologize for that. It's out of my control.
All right, that's cool. Go ahead and finish up. And I need to remind everybody, we're down to about 13 minutes in which old man's going to bed. I've already been on here 6 hours.
Yeah, I think at this juncture, all of us who do journalism online, all of us who have a stake in seeing this country protected under the Constitution, to see our rights not usurped and taken away from us in the manner that it's being done to those who are in jail right now, to people like Ammon Bundy, Pete Santilli, and all of them. We have a stake in helping them. We have a stake in helping ourselves. And if we can get together and...
Looks like he dropped again.
Interesting. Lost him completely again.
Right. This is a hijacker, Nighthawk.
Yeah, I know. I don't know your voice.
Right. Yeah. So what that guy was saying, he was a journalist. Basically, what he was saying is that everybody needs to bury the hatchet. Everybody's had different theories of Pete Santilli over the years, but right now, at this point, Pete is the best weapon to free the others. He is the strike point. He's the key guy because he gets out and he's gonna do the best job he can through the media and as a spokesman, a very good spokesman, to get the rest of them out. So he's really the one that we ought to focus our energy. But the caller was right. The former, or I guess he is a journalist. All the different other alternative radio stations and hosts. Deacon John has a political show, Liberation Nation, at 5 p.m. on Monday through Friday, where he's a host and he's a journalist. But everybody needs to bury the hatchet when it comes to Pete. Get him out. Once he's out, then he can kind of quarterback the operation, and basically he can probably help the government, because the government, this is the problem they have. They've done open murder, and now they got all these trumped up charges. And so this whole class of people are saying there's no hope. They're getting their guns ready. And what the government needs out of Pete is saying, help us back out. Let's pop him with some trespassing charges. Let's get out.
It's going to take a lot more than Pete. It's going to take all of us. All of us, alternative media. It's not just going to be one person. And when you put one person at the front of the pack, they just become a target anyway.
Well, and I don't think they're going to allow Pete to open his mouth if they let him out anyway. He's going to be on some type of probation, and there's going to be a restriction to that.
Yeah.
And
actually, that's already been put together.
Yeah, so I don't think he's going to be the voice who seems to think he's going to be our director, because I think they're going to put a muzzle on him.
Okay, well, he can hold the sign in front of the Supreme Court. He might not say nothing. Let him hold the sign. Let him just stand there. He doesn't have to say anything. Deacon, what do you think they're going to do when they let this guy, this journalist, Pete Santilli, out? What kind of restrictions? How do you think the deal's going to go down legally? Go ahead.
Well, why are you so sure they're going to let him out? What's he charged with? Is he charged with the same thing as the other ones? They all charged with the same thing?
Yeah, they're all charged with the same thing. He's not coming out of there anytime soon. He might. I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
Well, I mean, he has a defense if he's considered a journalist under the First Amendment, and he's truly reporting, and he's not involved in what they see as a criminal activity. They may let him out, but one of the reasons why he's in jail is to threaten you and shut the rest of you up. You're right about whoever said that earlier. You're right. They're sending a message to you. Now the Hagmans and Hagman, I listened to them quite a bit. They said, or maybe it was Dave Hodges said, that these people were arrested under the NDAA Act. I don't know if that's true or not, whether they were charged with. I'm not sure what they're charged with. I read the indictment. It seems like pretty thin bullshit to me. It sounds like, impeding a federal law, threatening or intimidating a federal law enforcement official. That sounds like bullshit to me. That's somebody else's First Amendment, right? but see, this is what you have to understand is there's a lot of people think the Constitution's it's not a piece of paper, it's the people in power. They are the Constitution. They're going to do whatever they damn well please. Unless, like Hijacker said, if all the rednecks in this country to the tune of 30 or 40, 50 million are cleaning their guns, that's when they'll listen, not until.
Well, correct. I agree with you. I agree with you totally, Deacon.
Yeah, they don't care about law, but they care about order. And there's completely different two topics. Correct, Deacon. They don't worry about the Constitution or law, but why don't you let everybody know from a legal standpoint how they care greatly about order. So, I mean, that's really their thing, right? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, sooner or later, if I keep talking about this, I mean, can you imagine if the shit hit the fan and people are out in the streets and there's me and Hijacker talking like this on the radio? Guess who's going to knock on my door, right? Okay, so this is the deal that this is the deal. So go ahead.
Yeah, it's going to get weird every moment of every second. I want to thank everybody for calling in. I'm going to go for about another 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and then I'm going to cut out of here, guys. I've been on air for 6 hours. It's always funny to listen, Deacon, notwithstanding, because he does an hour a day every day, used to do 2 hours a day every day. But complaining about 2 hours every week is not working with me. But we've been out here anything from 6 to 15 hours every day, bringing this news to you. And if we find more news, we'll bring it to you. So I just hope everybody understands. It's all about working hard and doing your bit. Is all I can say. You guys have done a great job. Oh wait, hold on. Firefox News he's back.
Welcome back.
All right, Firefox News, finish up. I'm getting ready to close out this live stream and move on to me going to bed. So talk fast.
I'll talk as fast as I can. Look, the bottom line is I'm offering my broadcast to help in this process whenever and wherever possible. The simple fact is, I don't want to see alternative media attacked in the way it's being attacked. I want Pete Santilli to be released, but in order to do that, we need to stand together. We need to stand firm. When I was in the military, the first and last thing I was told was you never leave a man behind. And guess what? We're not leaving this man behind. We're not leaving any of them behind. So if you're a broadcaster here whether it's on YouTube or other mediums, by God, get together. Let's work together. Let's make this possible. Let's try and get the word out as much as humanly possible. I have broadcasts on Blog Talk Radio. I have broadcasts on a site called Mixler here on YouTube, Ustream.tv, VaughnLive.tv. I've got it all over the place.
Amen. Thank you, everybody, for listening to all of us.
All right, so thank you very much. All right, listen, folks. We have a lot of great patriots here, and I'm always happy when Deacon comes on because he's a lawyer and he kind of gets to the point that you're all kind of fucked. And and people get mad at him or me or whatever because he puts it from a lawyer's point of view. You're all kind of fucked unless you do these very specific things in order to become unfucked. Excuse my language, but it is quite honestly the truth. So, I didn't catch all that. Say that again, Maureen.
John Estimer, one of his earlier videos before the Hammond rally, and he put up a map of America, and he said, "You see this right here? It's fucked. We're going to unfuck all this," and it was the whole map of America.
Right, and it's not gonna happen in a day or a season or whatever. All this mess happened over hundreds of years, or at least 100. We're not going to fix this in a season. We're not going to fix this in a year. This is going to take a lot of people working really hard to fix this over a period of time because you're not, I have talked to a lot of people and like, I'll just run headlong into the gates of hell with my AR-15. All right. Well, I'm telling you what, that Apache doesn't care. So, we need to work smart, not hard. We need to work smart, not hard. I say that to people all the time. Don't work hard, work smart. So we need to start working smart.
Yeah, that's why I say one guy, one sign, one strike point, Supreme Court, and that should breed enough terror into the political class of seeing that sign next to the Supreme Court. That's a lot of political pressure there. That is a good focal point.
Well, yeah, exactly. A young black woman walked into yesterday into Obama's blah 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 bullshit. Her community paid $500 for her to walk in there with her little sign and to say something. And I posted that earlier, and of course, she said everything she wanted to say, and then Hillary, and she goes, "Well, nobody's ever asked me that question. I would like to address that question." And as soon as they got her ass out of the room, she never addressed a damn thing because she called all black people super predators.
Oh, wow.
It wasn't yesterday. It was back in the 80s. But still, she called all black people super predators. And a young black woman, I think she was about 15 or so, the community paid the $500 to get her into that $500 a plate fundraiser that she went in. She went in there and of course she asked her questions, and then she got escorted out of there by security while everybody around goes, "This is inappropriate." And Hillary kept going, blah, 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 rubber baby bubby buckers. And then at the end she says, "Nobody's ever asked me that question. I would like the opportunity to actually, go back on that question." But yet, once they got that little girl escorted out there, she did not respond to that question whatsoever.
If it's a question they don't want to answer, they'll just dance around it. I've seen so many of them do it.
Yeah,
They'll either dance around it or just keep on.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yesterday, at the rally, somebody started hooting about, Benghazi, and they got thrown out of the rally.
Yeah, it only takes one key person at a key stress point, and they can make a lot of impact. But thanks, Nighthawk, for opening up the network and taking my call. And so I do appreciate it. And
no problem, man.
Yeah, to the people that are volunteering, Barbara, and I guess it's Maureen. That's my sister's name, Maureen. Thanks so much for all you do too. Okay, talk to you later. See you tomorrow, Deacon.
Bye. All right, listen, folks. I'm gonna drop the stream now. I'm going to go around the table for final comments, and I'm going to get out. Shannon, you're first.
Well, I just want to thank everyone. I want to especially thank Mo and Deb. I'm not sure she's listening, but thank you too for what you're doing. Keep up the good work, and thank you so much for being over here and talking with us. I greatly appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Sergeant Mo, you're next.
Thank you, Shannon. Also, thank you for having me, Nighthawk and Deb. And I will let her know if she isn't listening. I'll let her know the wonderful words of encouragement. Thank you, audience, for listening to all of us in the roundtable. I hope you guys are getting fired up in the right way and wanting to learn more. If you haven't learned enough, get on out there now. Get behind those keyboards and get up and move out. Let's go.
All right, thank you very much. Talk to you later, Mo.
Bye.
Peace out. Wally, what you got to say? Sum it up fast.
Oh, Hawk, thanks so much for this live stream. Mo and Deb, if you're listening, keep doing the job. I'm praying for you. Hijacker, I like listening to you. And Shannon, thank you. Andrew, I never thought I'd ever hear those words out of your mouth, but thank you. And Firefox, keep the good work up. Thank you, Hawk.
All right, thanks much. All right, Deacon, sum it up.
Oh, just glad to be on the call and glad that people are passionate about doing the right thing. So keep it up. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks much. All right, Hijacker, sum it up.
Okay, yeah, Barbara's on the phone right now. She's got the weapon, and she knows she's got the weapon. And so just make sure you tell Pete it came from the hijacker, and he's going to have plenty of time in prison to think about it. And he's going to say, that guy's right. So anyways, it should be good. Thanks, Nighthawk, for taking my call.
All right, peace out. Talk to you later. All right. Firefox News _online. Sum it up. Say goodbye.
All right. First of all, Warhawk, thank you for taking my call, and I'm sorry that my Skype connection kept dropping like it did, but I do appreciate you taking the call. To everyone that's been on the call and to everyone listening, our freedom is the most precious gift there is. If we don't do everything we can to protect our freedoms, to protect that which is so dear to all of us, we will lose it, and I don't want to see that happen ever. All
right. Yes, and I very much agree. All right. Thanks so much for calling in, dude. this is an experiment I'm doing with the roundtable here on the live stream. News is not super exciting, but I'm hoping that, he's already dropped off again, but I am hoping that the voices of America calling in and making a difference, using their voices here on the live stream, might make a difference. So I want to thank everybody and just say I appreciate everything and every voice that has been involved here. Good night. And that's the way it is.